Chapter 2064. Yi Tianyun's trump card was not a move, but a cultivation upgrade. There was no move more powerful than cultivation upgrade. If there was, it would be upgrading 2 levels in a row. Upgrading one's cultivation would greatly improve all aspects of one's basic attributes. This was a real unique skill. Moreover, there were no side effects. It was much stronger than the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable's move. This was the case now. After Yi Tianyun's cultivation upgrade, his cultivation was at the same level as the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable. His basic attributes were definitely higher than the Cauldron Dragon Star Venerable's. On this basis, with the addition of star power and crazy mode, as well as the support of the suit, Yi Tianyun reached a new height. He could break the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable's killing move with one hand. Your killing move is a bit ordinary. Yi Tianyun smiled calmly. He was not surprised by his strength. With the detailed data of the appraisal, he knew what to do to crush the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable. The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable's pupils shrank. He had not expected Yi Tianyun's strength to be so strong. Yi Tianyun's strength is far beyond him. He is now using all his strength, and even with all his strength, Yi Tianyun didn't cause any damage to him. Just this point alone was enough to see the gap between the two of them. This farce will end here. Yi Tianyun rushed up to the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, in an instant. He waved his hand heavily. The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, reacted quickly. He quickly waved his sword to stab Yi Tianyun. His eyes were cold. You will be the one to end this. He exerted his strength to the limit. A large green sword light pierced through, and there was almost no way to dodge. Yi Tianyun did not intend to dodge. He reached out and grabbed the Sword of Life, making it impossible for him to move. The Sword of Life could not stab into Yi Tianyun's palm. It was frozen. The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, looked shocked. He was shocked by Yi Tianyun's strength. Such a powerful move had been easily blocked, which was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. This is the power you were talking about. Yi Tianyun squeezed hard, and the Sword of Life was crushed with a bang. Then he threw a punch at Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, and said in a cold voice, "I will show you what real power is." Chaos Fist. He gathered all his power in his fist and threw it at the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, like a cannonball. Boom! The power gathered in his fist hit the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable. The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, let out a muffled groan as he was punched into the ground. With a loud bang, a huge crater appeared on the ground, and a huge mushroom cloud rose up, stirring up tornadoes in all directions. After a while, the explosion gradually dissipated. The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, who was left in the huge pit, had already collapsed. His body had already been smashed into minced meat. The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, could only move his eyes. He wanted to get up, but he found that he couldn't move. He could only rely on the life force around him to recover his body. However, the recovery speed was extremely slow, and it wasn't as amazing as before. Even if he only had one head left, it wouldn't be as slow as it was now. This had something to do with Yi Tianyun's power. Before, he had only chopped at the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, without injecting any energy into his body. But now, the power of Yi Tianyun's punch had been poured into the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable's body, which made it impossible for the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, to separate his body. If the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable's body simply exploded, it would be difficult for him to die with his current cultivation. Even if he only had one eye left, it was possible for him to recover completely. He wouldn't die completely. Therefore, he needed to use his power to seal off the whole area to kill his opponent. It was the same for everyone. It was no longer possible to kill someone by chopping them in half with a sword. What was needed was a kind of control which could completely seal off the opponent's power. After being sealed off, the opponent couldn't even separate his body, so he could only lie there paralyzed. In order to achieve this step, one would need a lot of power, and even more so, a lot of invasiveness. Yi Tianyun's power had great invasiveness. It had taken control of the Cauldron Dragon Star Venerable's body, so he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Even his healing speed had been slowed down. The Cauldron Dragon Star Venerable's body was filled with Yi Tianyun's power. If he wanted to heal himself, he would first have to get rid of the power that Yi Tianyun had injected into his body. That was why the healing process was so slow. Yi Tianyun landed next to the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable. He looked down at him and said, "Tell me, who will end this farce?" The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, looked at Yi Tianyun in shock. He knew that Yi Tianyun had increased his power, but he hadn't expected that he would be killed instantly. It was a real instant kill. He hadn't been able to fight back at all. The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, had gone all out, but he hadn't been able to hurt Yi Tianyun. He couldn't even block one move. Ha, 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 I lost. But don't be too proud. Our Lord will kill you. The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, laughed as if he had gone crazy. Our Lord? Oh, that mysterious existence. Yi Tianyun smiled. He has been hiding in a corner like a turtle. What's the point? I almost destroyed the Green Demon clan, but he still hasn't come out. Does he want to avenge you? He had learned all the memories from the Green Demon Star Venerable's head, including the memories of the mysterious Lord. Although he didn't know the details, he still hadn't come out. It seems that you still know something. But that's all. The Cauldron Dragon Star Venerable stared at him and said with a smile, "Soon, very soon. When our Lord comes out, it will be the time of your death. The seal is not a problem for him." "Oh, it seems he is quite powerful." Yi Tianyun looked at him and said with a smile, "But when he comes out, I guess he will be the only one left in the Green Demon clan. He is alone. What trouble can he cause?" Yi Tianyun was ready to destroy the Green Demon clan. Although it would take him some time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill all the green demons here with his great power. Of course, I also want to know more about the inside story. Yi Tianyun reached out to grab the Cauldron Dragon Star Venerable's head. "Let me see what your memory is." The Cauldron Dragon Star Venerable struggled. His eyes were burning. "Don't even think about searching my memory. It's impossible for you to search my memory. That's what one of your companions said last time." Yi Tianyun smiled calmly. He grabbed the Cauldron Dragon Star Venerable's hand and emitted a faint light. Then he exerted the Super Soul Search to extract the Cauldron Dragon Star Venerable's memory. No Star Venerable could escape from his Super Soul Search. Chapter 2065. All of the Cauldron Dragon Star Venerable's memories had been extracted by Yi Tianyun. Nothing was left. Unless he didn't want to extract them, none of them could escape his search. After extracting all of his memories, Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. He looked at the Star Venerable and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that even you don't know the real situation. You only know a small part of it. It seems your mysterious Lord is really mysterious. Even you don't know." After searching, the Cauldron Dragon Star Venerable knew a little more than ordinary Star Venerables, but only a little. For example, the mysterious Lord's memories were not clear. He only knew he was very powerful. How powerful could he be? He must have reached the level of a Grand Star Venerable, or even already. As for the details, he didn't know. He only knew he was doing something, so he didn't come out. It didn't matter. Anyway, whether he came out or not, Yi Tianyun hoped he didn't come out. "You, How could you search all of my memories? The Cauldron Dragon's star, Venerable, was shocked. His soul was not hurt by the super soul searching, and he could even search all of his memories. He had never heard of such an ability. If there were such a powerful move, they would have already searched a lot of memories. They wouldn't have to use other means to force the memories out. You don't need to know that. Tianyun crushed the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable's head and killed him. Since he had finished searching the memories, he didn't need to keep the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, alive. Ding! Successfully killed the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable. Got 400 million star energy and 200 killing points. Got the Green Demon Divine, Star Dharma aspect, and the Green Demon Bloodline. A Grand Star Venerable. If I really go out, I have to run away. Tianyun shook his head. He had broken through to the late stage of Star Venerable with great difficulty. If he wanted to continue breaking through, he needed not only the Star Dharma aspect, but also a shocking amount of star energy. No matter which one it was, he couldn't achieve it. So, facing a powerful Grand Star Venerable, he could only choose to run. Although he wasn't facing a Grand Star Venerable, he knew he couldn't compete with such a powerful rule power. After tidying himself up, he controlled his doppelgangers to charge around. He couldn't kill the mysterious expert, but he could kill his way through and eliminate the rest of the green demon race. He would destroy as many as he could, regardless of the quantity. Tianyun swept all the way. Every city he came to, he directly trampled. This was his style of doing things. Be it men or women, old or young, he would crush them all. As long as they were from the green demon race, they deserved to die. Along the way, the remaining green demons began to rapidly decrease. Especially with the help of the doppelganger, the elimination speed was undoubtedly faster. As he continued to sweep downwards, the sky suddenly became extremely oppressive. Tianyun felt as if he was being suppressed by some kind of power, causing his flying speed and even the height he could fly to be greatly restricted, gradually pressing him down to the ground. Go! Without hesitation, Tianyun used the teleportation god's stone. He didn't know why, but a sense of danger welled up in his heart, causing him to instinctively run away. No matter what the situation was, it was better to escape first. Fortunately, this oppressive power didn't seal his teleportation god's stone. With a flash, he arrived below the sealed passage. When he wanted to fly up and leave, he found he couldn't fly up at all. It was as if a thick wall had been erected at the entrance of the sealed passageway. He couldn't fly up even if he wanted to. I don't believe it. Tianyun immediately turned into the six-colored Emperor Dragon main body. His giant body flew up high. However, he could only jump up. He couldn't fly at all. He was restricted by an invisible power. Flying is forbidden. Tianyun's heart sank. Only a Grand Star Venerable could restrict him like this without a doubt. The great Star Venerables could set limits with the laws. They could restrict a region or a race however they wanted. This was the power of the law, which could restrict people directly. For example, if the sky was forbidden, that area would be forbidden forever. Either the cultivation of a Grand Star Venerable or the Grand Star Venerable lifted the restriction. The sky would be forbidden forever. Tianyun turned into the six-colored Emperor Dragon main body, but he couldn't get rid of this sky forbidden state. He was restricted by this powerful power. From this, it could be deduced that a mysterious expert had made a move. Maybe he couldn't bear it anymore and came out of seclusion to take revenge. It's just a word, yet he can restrict my flying power. Is this the gap between us? Tianyun thought to himself. Even if he couldn't fight against a great Star Venerable, he would at least be able to resist. From the looks of it now, it was possible to block it, but it was impossible to hold on for a long time. Then a figure appeared in the sky, looking down at him. Etianyan raised his head and looked into that figure's eyes. It was not a green demon, but a cultivator. It was the heavenly purification race, which was rare. Grand Star Venerable, Etianyan narrowed his eyes. As soon as this person appeared, he could clearly feel that extremely powerful power. It felt like he could be killed with one slap. Most importantly, this mysterious expert was not from the green demon race, which made him feel very puzzled. The appraisal eye looked this person up and down, but it couldn't find any more detailed information. Ding! Appraisal eye's level is not high enough. Unable to find more detailed information, the system's voice told him why he couldn't find anything. His cultivation was too high. It was beyond what the appraisal eye could find. Level up. Tianyan immediately leveled up the appraisal eye. It was a pair of eyes that could see everything, so it naturally had to be leveled up. Ding! Star energy successfully deducted. Appraisal eye leveled up. Soon, the appraisal eye was successfully leveled up. The data in front of him quickly updated, and he finally saw the detailed situation in front of him. Heavenly Wandering Yuan, Grand Star Venerable, belongs to the heavenly purification race. There was a powerful green demon soul in his body. The two rejected each other and wanted to devour each other. The green demon soul occupied Heavenly Wandering Yuan's consciousness. After Tianyan checked the information, he was immediately stunned. He didn't expect this to be the case. How could Heavenly Wandering Yuan be occupied by a green demon soul? If he could resist a Grand Star Venerable's soul, he must be a Grand Star Venerable himself. Heavenly Wandering Yuan, he looks familiar. Tianyan took a closer look and gasped. Wasn't this the benefactor of the five-colored god race? Chapter 2066. Tianyan had seen Tianyu Yuan's statue in the five-colored holy race's temple. Since he had been tortured by the green demon's soul, his appearance had changed a little, so Tianyan could not recognize him immediately. Now that he took a closer look, he found that it was really the five-colored holy race's benefactor. The benefactor the five-colored holy race had been looking for was actually in their lair. It was unexpected. The five-colored holy race had thought that Tianyu Yuan had left and gone to another region. Who would have thought that he was fighting the green demons down there? For some reason, the green demon's soul had invaded his body. Tianyan guessed that the green demon's Grand Star Venerate might have fought Tianyu Yuan before he died, allowing him to successfully invade. Tianyu Yuan must have been injured or something like that. Otherwise, how could his soul have invaded his body? I really didn't expect that the huge green devil world would be turned upside down by you. You're as disgusting as Tianyu Yuan. You want to punish the green demons? Then go to hell. Grand Star Venerate Inhao's gaze was ice cold. He extended his hand and pressed down on Tianyan. The power in the surroundings quickly gathered and condensed into the strongest palm strike. The terrifying palm strike immediately made it difficult for Tianyan to breathe. Before the giant palm strike even reached him, his body had already cracked. His body was showing signs of cracking. If this palm strike landed, Tianyan would definitely be severely injured, if not killed. This is the power of a Grand Star Venerate. Tianyan was shocked. He had still greatly underestimated the power of a Grand Star Venerate. This was a qualitative leap. The power a Grand Star Venerate controlled was like a new level. The difference between a Star Lord and a Star Venerate was not that great. Run! Tianyan only wanted to escape, but he found that the surrounding space had been sealed. Or rather, he could not move an inch. He was completely suppressed. I can't even escape. Tianyan revealed a bitter smile. This was really ruthless. The difference was actually so great. Just as he was thinking about how to block and minimize the damage he would suffer, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Up in the sky, Tian Yuyuan's body trembled and his face contorted. A moment later, he slapped his palm to the side, and his attack missed. Boom! The giant palm descended, destroying heaven and earth. The energy swept up and sent Yi Tianyun flying. Luckily, he quickly stabilized himself in the air and was not in such a sorry state. The important thing was that he wasn't injured. The attack completely missed. Quick, let's go. I can't hold him down for too long. Heaven-traveling Yuan suddenly spoke, telling him to hurry up and escape. Yi Tianyun immediately knew that Tian Yuan must have regained control of his body. If he hadn't regained control, this palm strike would have landed on him. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, but he couldn't escape to the sealed passageway now. The flight restriction was still there. Although Heaven-touring Yuan had regained control, he hadn't regained it completely. He still hadn't been able to remove the forbidden space law. However, he could not care about that now. He took out the teleportation god stone and disappeared, flying towards another region of the Green Devil world. It would be fine as long as he didn't confront Great Star Venerable Yin Hao head-on. The next moment, he was teleported to the other side of the Green Devil world. He was very far away from the sealed passageway, as if they were worlds apart. However, as soon as he appeared, a figure appeared above him, waving his hand to grab him. Yi Tianyun didn't have enough time to escape. He was caught in the air. Lad, you're pretty good. You can travel through space in my territory at will. Great Star Venerable Yin Hao regained control of his body again, and he caught up with Yi Tianyun quickly. Star Venerables couldn't rival his teleportation speed. He really treated this place as his own territory. He could go anywhere he wanted to go, as he pleased. For the first time, Yi Tianyun felt his escape plan with the teleportation god stone had failed. He had been trapped by the seal. Now that he wasn't sealed, he couldn't escape as fast as his opponent. Most importantly, he was in the space controlled by Great Star Venerable Yin Hao. If he had been outside, he could have teleported to another region at will, and Great Star Venerable Yin Hao wouldn't have been able to catch up with him. Great Star Venerables weren't invincible. There were still limits. They could only control a region, not all of them. If they could control all of them, it would be terrible. Although they couldn't control all the regions, they could control the situation of a race. For example, they couldn't break through to Star Venerate or awaken the Stardermic aspect. The green demons were locked in place, but it didn't mean Great Star Venerables could. The green demons could still forcibly awaken the Stardermic aspect through the blood sacrifice divine tree. Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. It looked like Tian Yuyuan's body was struggling very hard, and Great Star Venerable Yin Hao regained control of his body. No wonder Tian Yuyuan didn't show up when he killed so many green demons. He must have been suppressed by Tian Yuyuan. Great Star Venerable Yin Hao was furious because so many green demons had died. When he was enraged, he would go all out. Heaven-traveling Yuan really couldn't suppress him in a short time. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why are you speaking so much nonsense? Yi Tianyun said calmly, Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Die. Great Star Venerable Yin Hao clenched his fist and crushed Yi Tianyun. Bang! Yi Tianyun turned into a bloody mist and disappeared in the air. Nothing was left. I finally killed him. The green demon world is safe for now. Great Star Venerable Yin Hao laughed. Then he stopped laughing, and his gaze became extremely cold. Tian Yuan, you can't suppress me forever. Sooner or later, I'll fight back and take control of your body. Ha ha ha. Great Star Venerable Yin Hao laughed. Soon, the shrill voice disappeared. It was replaced by Sky Turing Yuan's normal energy. Everything seemed quite peaceful. Great Star Venerable Yin Hao's anger disappeared. Tian Yuan regained control of his body. He's dead. Tian Yuan looked at the area where Yi Tianyun had been crushed and shook his head in disappointment. What a pity. Such a talented child died, like this. While he was sighing inwardly, the bloody mist in front of him suddenly condensed and formed a body again. After a while, the body completely recovered. It was Yi Tianyun himself. I consumed too much star energy. What a loss. Yi Tianyun came back to life while cursing. He said something that Tian Yuan didn't quite understand. Tian Yuan was dumbfounded. He could clearly feel that Yi Tianyun was destroyed, and even his soul dissipated, but now Yi Tianyun was reborn, which he didn't expect. Chapter 2067. Before the system had evolved, Yi Tianyun would have died for real. Now that the system had evolved, he could spend a certain amount of star energy to resurrect himself. That was a terrifying number. 200 million star energy. He had killed a star venerable in the late stage, and his experience had increased by 25 times, but he had only gained 400 million star energy. In the blink of an eye, he had lost half of his star energy. If he didn't have star energy, he wouldn't be able to resurrect himself. He would really be dead. As for sacrificing his clone, that would be too wasteful. He wouldn't sacrifice his clone. Anyway, if his clone was destroyed, he wouldn't be able to live. Yi Tianyun had thought it was a waste of star energy to die helplessly, but it seemed like it was still acceptable. Great Star Venerable Yin Hao's anger had subsided after killing him, and Tian Yuan had easily taken control of his body. This was unexpected. You didn't die? Tian Yuan looked at Yi Tianyun in a daze. He had been sighing about how unfortunate it was, but he had been resurrected in front of him. Senior, do you really want me to die? Yi Tianyun asked with a smile. That's not it. I just sensed that there was no aura left. Under normal circumstances, I would have died without a doubt, but you were able to come back to life. Could it be that you used some sort of special technique to deliberately deceive the enemy that you were dead? Heaven Traveling Yuan had never seen such a technique before, so he was momentarily intrigued. Something like that. It's a special technique. Ordinary people can't use it. Yi Tianyun smiled. Ordinary people couldn't use it. No one but him could use it. Anyway, it's a good thing that the green demons were suppressed. Yi Tianyun looked Tian Yuan up and down. His aura was steady. There was nothing wrong with him. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Yuan's body shook. A green aura appeared on his face. Impossible, you didn't die. You didn't die. I'm going to kill you. Great Star Venerable Yin Hao wanted to take over Tian Yuan's body right away so that he could take over Tian Yuan's body. Get out of here. Tian Yuan snorted coldly. He released a powerful force and suppressed Yin Hao, the Great Star Venerate. After suppressing it, he took a deep breath and muttered to himself, You still want to come out? Too naive. He was obviously speaking to the Great Star Venerable Yin Hao. He had been too infuriated and couldn't control himself. Now that his anger had subsided and been suppressed, it would be difficult for him to come out unless something extremely infuriated him happened again. After suppressing him, Skytur Yuan looked up at Yi Tianyun and smiled. It's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I would have had to spend a lot more time to suppress him. Senior, there's no need to thank me. Didn't he come out because of me? Yi Tianyun knew why Great Star Venerable Yin Hao could come out. It was all because of him. That's true, but you've also helped me clear out a group of green demons. He had been witnessing everything, and the rage in his heart grew stronger and stronger, to the point where he couldn't suppress it. Skytor, Yuan shook his head. He looked at him with a glint in his eyes. I didn't expect to see someone like you again after so many years. I thought you were from the five-colored holy race. It turns out you're not from the five-colored holy race. Instead, you're from the inconspicuous human race. The human race was widespread. Their comprehensive talents were average, which surprised Skytor Yuan. The five-colored holy race is in a dangerous situation. If they don't suppress the green demons, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for long. Tianyun told him the details of the situation, especially the part where the five-colored holy race had been looking forward to Skytor Yuan's appearance. Alas, it's a long story. Great Star Venerable Yin Hao counterattacked from behind, and I happened to be in a tie with him. He wanted to die with me, but I suppressed him and trapped his soul in my body. It will take a long time to kill him. After all, our cultivations are about the same, so we can only kill him bit by bit. As for the five-colored holy race, I'm very sorry. I didn't expect such an accident. Since Great Star Venerable Yin Hao is suppressed in my body, I can't attack the green demons at will. You saw the situation. If I attacked him at will, he would definitely jump out and break free from my suppression. Skytor Yuan explained. At the same time, he made a hand seal and a roulette appeared in his hand. Take this back and tell them that they don't need to guard this place anymore. They've already done their duty, so there's no need to continue. Besides, the situation here is much better. I'm afraid the green demons won't be able to make a comeback for a long time. Speaking of this, Skytor Yuan revealed a look of admiration. He had been observing the situation in the green demon world. He had seen Tianyun's plan with his own eyes, and he had also seen him kill many green demons. The blood sacrifice divine tree was gone, the cultivators had been rescued, and a large number of green demons had been killed. Under such circumstances, could the green demon race still make waves? Tianyun took the roulette and said with a sharp gaze, "The five-colored holy race has naturally completed the mission, but I haven't. I have to kill all of the green demons to complete the mission." Not only did he want to kill all of them, but he also wanted to complete the main mission. He had to complete it. But if I do that, Great Star Venerable Yin Hao will definitely be infuriated, and he will take control of my body again, Skytor Yuan said in a deep voice. I'm afraid he will come out again. Is there no way to suppress Great Star Venerable Yin Hao or kill him? Tianyun asked. There is, and the method is quite simple. I just need to find another Great Star Venerable to work with me. That way we can suppress him. Skytor Yuan said seriously. Tianyun rolled his eyes. This was no different from not saying anything. It was not easy to find a Great Star Venerable. Even if they found one, they would have to pay a high price. How could the reward for a Great Star Venerable be low? I know it's a bit difficult. The other way is to wait for me to wear him down bit by bit. It'll be over after a while, Skytor Yuan said with a smile. How long will this take? Tianyun raised his eyebrows. He wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible, about a few million years. Skytor Yuan estimated the time. Tianyun rolled his eyes. What was the difference between this and not saying anything? A few million years? He would have become a Great Star Venerable by then. Why would he need to wait for a few million years? These are the only two ways for now. I haven't thought of any other methods yet. Skytor Yuan thought for a while and felt there was no other way. But if I find a Great Star Venerable, I can ask my friend to come. I can't leave this place, but you can help me find him. If he comes and solves this problem, I'll give you a good reward. What do you think? Chapter 2068. That's not a bad idea. I can help you find a friend. Etienne nodded. He was willing to be an errand boy in order to complete the mission. It was better than asking a Grand Star Venerable himself, which would cost him a lot. Now that Tian Yuan was asking him to find a friend, things would be different. It would be much easier to find a friend, and he would not have to pay the price. He could even get a reward. He did not really care about the reward. What mattered was finishing the mission quickly. In fact, the best solution was to kill Tian Yuan. That was the simplest way to solve the problem. Of course, Etienne would not do that. Although it was the most thorough way, Tian Yuan was not wrong. Moreover, Great Star Venerable Yin Hao could be removed, so he would not do such an extreme thing. Okay, this is my token. Take it to the Grand Star Venerable of Celestial Ring in the Big Ring Field, and tell him about the situation here. Tian Yuan took out a branch. Tian Yuan's aura and information were in it. Etienne took the branch and said in confusion, "The Big Ring Field doesn't seem to be around here." He had never heard of the Big Ring Field. He knew all the fields nearby, except the Big Ring Field. Yes, the Big Ring Field is a bit further away. You can't go there without power. You are already a Star Venerable. It won't be difficult to go there, but it will take you some time. Tian Yuan raised his hand, and a ring fell into his hand. He gave it to Etienne and said, "This is my magic weapon, the Moon Silver Ring. It has been with me for many years. If enemies come, fight them well." The Moon Silver Ring was a piece of galaxy-grade equipment. Etienne's eyes lit up. This was a rare piece of galaxy-grade equipment. He had never had a good weapon. Maybe if he used this weapon well, it would increase his power. The Moon Silver Ring. This doesn't seem to fit your style. Etienne looked Tian Yuan up and down. It was weird for a man to use a silver ring. Cough, cough, cough. It's a gift from Celestial Ring's Great Star Venerable. It's actually one of the keepsakes, Tian Yuan said after coughing. Celestial Ring's Great Star Venerable gave it to me. Etienne suddenly realized that the Celestial Ring's Great Star Venerable was definitely a female cultivator. She must have given her weapon to Tian Yuan. No wonder she asked him to look for the Celestial Ring's Great Star Venerable. She was a confidant. If she knew that her sweetheart was in trouble, she would definitely rush over immediately. "Good. I'll find Starlink's Great Star Venerate for you," Etienne said, smiling. "All right, I've lifted the flight restriction. You can go back now." Tian Yuan looked at him and said, "You don't have to worry about not having enough time. As long as I don't leave this place, there won't be any problems. You can take your time. In terms of body control, I'm still the main one. That guy won't be able to counterattack unless someone helps him." Etienne nodded. As long as there were no problems here, nothing would happen to the heaven-traveling Yuan. He had gotten through the daunting experience without any mishaps, but he had consumed a lot of energy. He had wanted to continue eradicating the green demons, but he had decided not to do so. It would be troublesome if Great Star Venerable Yin Hao counterattacked. Besides, if he wanted to eliminate all the green demons, he had to kill Great Star Venerable Yin Hao. Otherwise, how could he eliminate all the green demons? Therefore, it was more important for him to solve the problem of the soul first. Soon, he returned to the surface with the help of the G Clan's patriarch. "Sir, it's great that you're fine." The G Clan's patriarch was quite happy to see Etienne come back safe and sound. At this time, Etienne also saw the village heads that he saved, waiting for his return. When he came back, they all came up to him to ask him about the situation. "What could have happened to me?" Etienne said with a smile. "The green demons down there have been mostly eliminated. There are only a small part left. The biggest problem is Great Star Venerable Een How. Great Star, Venerable Een How. Their expressions changed. Although they did not know who Great Star Venerable Een How was, they were all scared when they heard the words Great Star Venerable. Great Star Venerables were above Star Venerables. They all knew that. They did not expect there to be Great Star Venerables in the Green Demon's world. However, seeing that Eteonyon was fine, there must be a reason. Then Eteonyon took out a roulette and gave it to the G-Clan's patriarch. He said, "This is everything. It's a reply to the five-colored holy race." A reply to us? The G-Clan's patriarch was confused. He did not know what Eteonyon meant. He took the roulette and checked it. Tian Yuyuan's image appeared. His body shook violently. He looked at the image in disbelief. Sir, that was a legendary figure. How could he not be excited? Tian Yuyuan's message was simple. He said he felt sorry for them, for giving them such a difficult task. He had only asked them to guard the green demons for a bit. He had not expected them to persist for so long. Tian Yuyuan had wanted to sweep through the green demons and let the five-colored holy race leave after dealing with them. However, he had not been able to come back for so long. The five-colored holy race had been guarding the green demons. Now, Tian Yuyuan had told them not to guard the green demons anymore. Their mission had been completed. When he had the chance, Tian Yuyuan would come back and compensate them. G-Clan's patriarch, you've completed your mission. You've exceeded your expectations. Eteonyon smiled. Their persistence had finally paid off. No, we haven't completed our mission yet. Since Sir is down there, we will guard the green demons until Sir comes back. The G-Clan's patriarch looked at Eteonyon gratefully. I didn't expect you to bring us such news. Thank you, Sir. You still want to guard this place? Eteonyon asked. Yes, as long as the green demons are not exterminated, our mission is not complete. Lord Tian said, we've completed our mission, but we still think we haven't. The G-Clan's patriarch represented the five-colored holy race, so he was the one to speak. All right, but this mission will be completed soon. Eteonyon admired the G-Clan's patriarch's determination. He turned to look at the cultivators. Come with me. I'll take you back and arrange a place for you. He had come out to take them back. They could not stay with the five-colored holy race forever, could they? After making arrangements for them, they could go to the Greater Ring region. The Greater Ring region? It's a bit far. I can see the world under the rule of a Star Venerable. Eteonyon's eyes flashed. He was looking forward to this trip. Chapter 2069. The Big Ring territory was very far away. If Tian Yuyuan had not told him, Eteonyon would not have known where it was. There was no record of it. It was a blank space. Generally speaking, the Big Ring territory was on the Red Moon planet, which was outside the Wild Dragon planet. The Star Source territory or the Burning Desolation territory were just a part of the Wild Dragon planet. They were not so eye-catching on the whole Wild Dragon planet. The Big Ring territory was on the Red Moon planet. The Red Moon planet was vaster than the Wild Dragon planet and farther away. Since it was outside the Wild Dragon planet, it was normal that there was no record of it. There were two ways to go to the Red Moon planet. One was to fly, and the other was to take a transmission formation. If one flew, it would take dozens or even hundreds of years to reach the Red Moon planet. So there was another way, which was to take a transmission formation. Taking a transmission formation was undoubtedly the fastest and the most time-efficient way. Eteonyon would not fly there stupidly. It would be stupid to waste so much time. It would not only waste a lot of time, but it was also very dangerous. Even Star Venerables could run into danger if they flew there. He was not afraid of the danger, but it would take too much time. It was not worth it. Under such difficult conditions, few people in the surrounding areas knew about the Red Moon planet, let alone the Big Ring territory. If one wanted to take a transmission formation, he would have to go to the 6 origin territory. The 6 origin territory was not a big force. In fact, it was average. There was a transmission formation there because it was the best place to set up a transmission point. The existence of this transmission formation meant strong people often passed through here. So, the 6 origin territory was good for communication. Strong people often passed through here. If one wanted to find strong people, they could find them in the 6 origin territory. For example, star venerables were rare in other places, but they were very common here. Star venerables could be seen from time to time. As for grand star venerables, there were very few of them. They would not appear on the wild dragon planet. The wild dragon planet had fewer resources than the Red Moon planet, so grand star venerables would not come here. Tian Yuan had come here because his hometown was here. Seeing his hometown invaded by the green demons, he had to come back to defend it. Otherwise, even if the Green Devil race occupied the entire wild dragon star, the Scarlet Moon star wouldn't bother to send people to eliminate the Green Devil race. After all, there were simply too many races like the Green Demon race to count. If they were all so righteous, wouldn't they tire themselves to death? To put it bluntly, as long as they did not provoke them, the Green Demon race could do whatever they wanted. After devouring all the cultivators, the Green Demon race would not even bother to look at them. But once he came to Scarlet Moon Planet, things would be different. He would definitely flatten the Green Devil race. After taking the group of cultivators back, Yi Tianyun went directly to the 6 origin domains after he finished his tasks. He believed that Shi Shuiyun would make good arrangements for this batch of cultivators. They were all very loyal, so naturally he would not waste them. As for his clone, he had arranged for it to head to the Star Source domain so that it could connect with the Desolate Incineration domain in the future. I will personally go to the 6 origin regions. This matter naturally needs to be handled by me. After passing through several domains, he finally arrived at the 6 origin domain. The area near the teleportation point is usually more prosperous. This is true. When Yi Tianyun arrived, there was nothing special about the overall situation. It was just a relatively prosperous city, and there were indeed experts moving about. Among them, star venerates were quite common. Grandmaster Xing was even more common here. Unfortunately, these experts were not from the 6 origin domains. If there were so many experts in the 6 origin domains, it would be really powerful. However, these experts only came from the Scarlet Moon Star and were here to trade. There were not many restrictions on going to the Scarlet Moon Star. As long as one paid a certain fee, one could teleport to the Scarlet Moon Star. Even a star apostle could teleport as long as one paid the fee. When he arrived, he found a group of cultivators frowning at the side, looking depressed. How are we going to go back now? We don't even know when it will be repaired. That's right, there are still urgent matters in the sect. I'm afraid we won't be able to return in a short time. Sai, why did there have to be a problem at this time? The cultivators who came and went looked depressed. Some of them were cursing and stomping their feet in anger. Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. It seemed like there was a problem with the teleportation formation. Sure enough, when he quickly arrived near the teleportation formation, he immediately saw a group of astral rune masters continuously repairing the teleportation formation. It seemed like there was really a problem with the teleportation formation. What's going on? This teleportation formation is actually broken. It has not been broken for so long. Why is it broken this time? How are we going to go back? That's right. How did you guys maintain it? Even the teleportation formation is broken. We paid so much for nothing. One teleportation requires a star sector level treasure. This is not a low price. Hurry up and repair it. I'm in a hurry to go back. The group of cultivators was very unhappy. They all waited at the side for the teleportation formation to be repaired. There was no lack of star venerates among them. Their expressions were not very good. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they would have been smacked to death by them. There were 7 or 8 star venerates. It was rare to see them in this area. Etianyan walked over to take a look and found that the teleportation formation was indeed very badly damaged. It did not break during the teleportation. It should have been destroyed. The entire teleportation formation had caved in. The dense cracks looked like it would be difficult to repair. Friend, how did the teleportation formation break? Etianyan asked Grandmaster Xing, who was beside him. Grandmaster Xing looked unhappy. He looked at the teleportation formation in front and said, "We are not too sure." Suddenly, a force pressed down and crushed this place. Usually, we spend so much money to teleport, but we don't even have good protective measures. Now, it's too late for me to go back. Etianyan suddenly understood. So that was what happened. You are also trapped here. Luo looked over. Not really. I just wanted to go to Scarlet Moon Planet to do something. I didn't expect this to happen just after I arrived, Etianyan said with a smile. Actually, this is not the first time. It has happened a few times. However, we just couldn't catch the culprit. Every time the teleportation formation was repaired, it was destroyed again. The key is who did it. Luo looked depressed. What's even more stupid is that they did not strengthen the protection after being damaged a few times. Now, it has to be repaired slowly again. I heard that the last time it was repaired, it took several years. What a waste of time. Chapter 2070. The teleportation array was quickly repaired with the help of many star rune masters. The speed was neither fast nor slow, so they couldn't speed it up even if they wanted to. It would take a long time to repair such a huge teleportation array. This was a meticulous job. If there was a mistake, the entire teleportation array could be unusable or sent to the wrong place. It was fine if they were sent to a safe place, but they were most afraid of being sent to a dangerous place. They wouldn't be able to come back even if they wanted to. After all, there was no teleportation array in the area they were sent to. How could this not be embarrassing? Normal teleportation arrays were point-to-point teleportations. Now, they were randomly teleporting, which was quite dangerous. Therefore, they didn't dare to be careless. They were very meticulously repairing the teleportation array. Their foreheads were covered with sweat, but no one cared about them. For the cultivators present, this was their job. The cultivators present only cared about whether they could quickly return to Red Moon Planet, not watching them repair the teleportation array. It wasn't a matter of sympathy, but it was the nature of one's job. They were all cultivators who had paid a lot of fees, so they naturally expressed their dissatisfaction. Every teleportation required a star sector level treasure. This was an exorbitant price, and many cultivators were dissatisfied. If the teleportation was free from the beginning, they definitely wouldn't have any objections, or at least they wouldn't be as resentful as they were now. Etianyan didn't feel any sympathy for their situation. According to Luo, they had already appeared several times, but they still didn't pay attention. They didn't even install any extra protection or find an expert to oversee it. The other party probably wanted to save some costs and didn't want to be so wasteful. Now, the result was that they wouldn't be able to teleport for a period of time, which was a huge loss. Even the star rune masters who repaired the teleportation array were very dissatisfied, let alone the cultivators. They had come to repair the teleportation array several times, but the force that was in charge of controlling this teleportation array didn't take good care of it and left it to them. How could they not be resentful? This is the fourth time. Didn't they say that they would send more people to protect it? Why is there no movement? All right, this has nothing to do with us. How the 6 Yuan regions deal with it is their business. We just need to focus on repairing it. I just want to repair it. Look at the way those cultivators look at us. They want to swallow us. The Star Rune Masters who repaired the teleportation array felt uncomfortable under the gazes of so many people. It was really unfair that they had to take the blame. The 6 Origin region was in charge of the teleportation array. After all, it was built here, so it was naturally managed by the 6 Origin region. They were also the ones who collected the fees. It could be said that the maintenance of this place had the greatest relationship with the 6 Origin regions. The 6 Yuan regions couldn't absolve themselves from the teleportation array, rune array. When Yi Tianyun felt that there was nothing else to see, he decided to go somewhere else. A patrol team came over and posted a notice on the wall next to him. Everyone looked at it and immediately saw the content. A high reward is offered for the culprit who destroyed the teleportation portal. Anyone who finds even the slightest clue and provides the information will be rewarded with a star sector level treasure. Anyone who personally captures the culprit will be rewarded with 10 star sector level treasures, 3 star sector level martial arts, and free lifetime use of the teleportation portal. Of the teleportation array rune. To array rune. Teleportation array rune. Especially when they caught a criminal, they would be able to use the teleportation portal for life, which was a good reward. It was okay. You want to catch the rune with this little reward. You want to catch a criminal with this little reward. The reward should be raised by at least 1 level. Otherwise, I'm not interested. One of the star venerates waved his hand, dissatisfied with the reward. Right, the reward is too bad. You can't catch him even after destroying the teleportation array 4 times. And you want us to catch him? I don't think the reward is simple. Otherwise, I won't be interested. One of the star venerates waved his hand, dissatisfied with the reward. Yes, the reward is too bad. I don't think this guy is simple. He can't be caught even after destroying the teleportation array 4 times. He is definitely not simple. Another star venerate agreed. Although the reward was okay for star venerates, it was not very tempting. Especially someone who had destroyed the teleportation array 4 times without being caught. He was definitely not simple. It was impossible for the 6 Yuan regions not to care. This was cutting off their source of income. How could they not care? But after investigating for so long, they didn't find anything, so they had no choice but to offer a reward. But this reward was very stingy. The 6 Yuan region's patrol envoys looked at each other and immediately went back to report the situation. They could not change the reward. Yi Tianyun rubbed his chin as he watched this scene. This was getting interesting. Brother Yi, they are right. The reward is too little. I'm not interested at all, Yu Luo said unhappily. These rewards are fine for the cultivators of Desolate Dragon Planet, but for those from Scarlet Moon Planet, there is no way to fool them. These rewards are really average, but the experts here are all from Scarlet Moon Planet. The 6 Yuan regions are too stingy. Yu Luo came from Scarlet Moon Planet, so he was naturally familiar with the situation there. Yi Tianyun nodded in agreement, although he had never been to Scarlet Moon Planet, judging from the number of experts there. The resources there must be amazing. Under such circumstances, this reward was obviously not enough. Sure enough, after a while, the patrol envoys came over and added a few lines of words to the notice. An additional galaxy-grade martial art. When this line of words was added, it immediately caused an uproar among the cultivators. All of them revealed excited expressions. Indeed, Only a high reward could ignite a fire. Galaxy-grade martial arts were peak martial arts for star venerates and above. With a galaxy-grade martial art, one could burst out with even greater power. Most star venerates did not have galaxy-grade martial arts, only star domain-grade martial arts. This showed how rare they were. This is too exciting. They actually gave us a galaxy-grade martial art. I thought they would give us more treasures or some kind of divine medicine. Yuluo was pleasantly surprised. Brother E, why don't we team up and search for the culprit? When the time comes, we will split the rewards equally. Yuluo was extremely excited. With a high reward, there would always be brave people. Even facing so many star venerates, Yuluo had no intention of retreating. He believed that they could still catch the culprit. I'm not interested. If you want, find someone else to team up with. Tianyan patted his shoulder. I just want to wait for the teleportation formation to be repaired. I don't care about anything else. Brother Yu, thank you for your explanation. We will meet again if fate permits. Chapter 2071. Tianyan was not interested in these rewards. Even if it was a galaxy-level martial art, he had no interest in it. A galaxy-level martial art was definitely good, but overall, it was just average. His 6-color Emperor Dragon had its own martial art. As long as it reached a certain level, it could display powerful moves. It could be considered a kind of martial art. Of course, it would be better if there was, but he was not interested in it. Right now, he just wanted to wait for the teleportation array to be repaired and then teleport away. He could not be bothered with anything else. A criminal who could sneak attack 4 times and not be caught was definitely not simple. He did not want to get involved in this mess. When he walked for a while, he happened to see a thin male cultivator being pushed away. The person who pushed him said in a dissatisfied tone, "Are you blind? How dare you bump into me?" Sorry. The thin male cultivator quickly bowed his head and apologized. Then he turned around and left quickly. The big man wanted to say a few more words, but he found that the kid had disappeared into the crowd. Everything disappeared too quickly. This kid, he left too quickly, right? Don't let me see you again. Hey, where's my star ring? The big man noticed that his star ring was gone. In the blink of an eye, his star ring was gone. Damn it, it must be that kid who stole it. The big man roared and chased into the crowd. He did not know where the thief was, so he could only run around to see if he could find the cultivator. This big man's cultivation was not low. He was a late-stage star grandmaster, but he did not know that his star ring was stolen so easily. It had to be said that the thief's stealing skills were not bad. He could easily steal someone else's star ring. The surrounding onlookers laughed gloatingly. They could not help but tighten their grip on their star rings. They were also worried that their star rings were stolen. Tianyan looked at the youth next to him with a strange expression. This youth came to his side without anyone noticing and pretended to be a passerby. Others might not be able to tell, but he could tell at a glance that this youth was the thief who stole someone else's star ring. In the blink of an eye, he not only came to his side, but also changed his face. Most importantly, his cultivation was not low. He was an early-stage star lord, but he was a petty thief. It really made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Thief God sect, there is such a sect. Tianyan could see it because of the appraisal. No matter how strong the disguise was, as long as the soul did not change, he could see it. This guy was from Thief God sect, which meant that he was a thief taking advantage of the chaos to steal others' things. Tianyun's mind turned. He guessed, could it be that the one who destroyed the teleportation array is from Thief sect? This made him speculate that he should transfer the criminal to the Thief God sect. Only the thief door could do it without being noticed. After destroying, they would quickly hide in the crowd and no one would be able to find them. This was only his conjecture. Whether it was true or not, it was another matter. Fellow Taoist, what happened? The young man pretended to have a puzzled expression, as if he had really just arrived. In Tianyan was star. So it is like that. The moral degeneration of the world is getting worse by the day. That pitiful friend. I hope he can find that star ring. The youth sighed deeply, showing some sympathy. So that's how it is. The morals of the world are really degenerating with each passing day. That poor fellow Taoist. I hope he can find that star ring. The young man sighed deeply, expressing some sympathy. Seeing this, Tianyan couldn't help but praise in his heart. This acting is really realistic. I hope so. Tianyan's expression did not change. I hope so. Tianyan's expression did not change. Friend, I will take my leave first. Many thanks for your explanation. We will meet again, if fate allows it. The youth smiled at Tianyan and brushed past him, intending to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, Tianyan grabbed his arm and held him back. The youth's expression changed. He did not expect to be caught. He wanted to struggle, but he could not escape from Tianyan's grasp. Tianyan looked at him and said with a smile, "Boy, you want to steal something from me?" At this moment, Tianyan grabbed the youth's arm and pulled it towards him. In the youth's hand was his star ring. When he was not careful, it was stolen from his finger. No one knew. This was not a simple stealing technique. It was a godly stealing martial art. It was a stealing technique that he had deliberately cultivated. Someone wants to steal my star ring. Quick, catch the thief. He might be the thief. Suddenly, the youth shouted, attracting the attention of the people around him. The burly man immediately turned around. When he heard the shout, he quickly rushed over. When he saw Tianyan trying to take back the star ring, he flew into a rage. "Are you that kid's accomplice? How dare you steal my things?" The other cultivators gathered around and looked at Tianyan from head to toe. They wanted to see what the thief's accomplice looked like. Tianyan's expression did not change. He looked at the youth and smiled. "A thief calling a thief. I didn't want to bother with you, but you still want to frame me. You're really capable, aren't you?" The youth's eyes revealed a sly look. He did not reply to Tianyan. In his opinion, Tianyan was going to be dragged over. When that happened, he would be able to escape. "Kid, I'm asking you a question." The burly man reached out to grab Tianyan. Tianyan turned his head to the side and glared at the big man, who was rushing towards him. "Get out of here." A terrifying killing intent drilled into the burly man's eyes. He felt a chill from head to toe. In the next moment, he sat on the ground, paralyzed, and his legs trembled. An 8-foot-tall burly man was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. "I wasn't interested in you at first. Now, I'm a little interested. I want to see what you're really thinking." Tianyan moved closer to his ear and whispered, "Even if you're in disguise, I can still tell that you're the thief just now. If you don't want me to expose you completely or search you, then follow me obediently." With that, Tianyan dragged the youth and walked forward. No one dared to stop him. The cultivators who could tell that Tianyan was not someone to be trifled with. Just one sentence was enough to scare the burly man. How would he come forward to help? This was how it was here. Forget about the sense of justice. If he helped randomly, he wouldn't even know how he died. Chapter 2072. The thief was forcefully dragged to another area. There were no cultivators around here. Only the two of them. "Tell me honestly, what is your purpose in coming here to steal?" Tianyan dragged him over and questioned, "Does the destruction of the teleportation formation have anything to do with you?" "Lord, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all." I just took a fancy to your star ring and took it with me. It really doesn't mean anything. The youth had an apprehensive expression. He was very worried that he would be beaten up by Etienne. You took a fancy to my star ring and took it with you? You are really not satisfied. You just took someone else's star ring, and now you want to take mine. Etienne squinted at him and smiled. Do you think I will believe your nonsense? You probably took more than one star ring, right? Tell me the general information. Otherwise, don't blame me for searching your soul. I feel that using soul search is much faster than prying information out of your mouth bit by bit. The youth's expression changed. He hurriedly shook his head and said, Lord, I really did not lie. I am a thief. I hope you will forgive me. If possible, I can give you all the star rings I took with me earlier. His face was filled with fear. He was afraid that Etienne would make a move on him. A thief from the thief god sect. Is that an ordinary thief? When a thief from the thief god sect makes a move, it is definitely not a simple move. He probably has a purpose, right? Etienne directly exposed his identity. Others might not be able to see it, but how could he not see it with his appraisal eye? He could see through the identity of the thief with one glance and knew his true identity. The legendary thief god sect was very secretive. They would not make a move casually. When they made a move, they would steal a big treasure. They would not target some small treasures. For example, what kind of treasure could a Grandmaster Shing's treasure be? Especially this youth. Although he looked weak, he was actually a star venerate. With such a strong cultivation, would he take a fancy to Grandmaster Shing's treasure? That was obviously impossible, unless this Grandmaster Shing had some precious treasure. However, based on the current situation, the burly man definitely didn't have any precious treasures. At the very least, his identity wasn't that prominent. Therefore, Etienne was sure that the godly thief door had some big movements. Perhaps it had something to do with the destruction of the transmission array. At present, they were the suspects. What pickpocket door? I don't know. The teenager was surprised. It seemed that he did not expect that Etienne could see his identity. He would not admit that he was from the pickpocket door. At the same time, he flipped his palm slightly, and a bright light flickered in his palm, as if hiding something. Don't play dumb, otherwise don't blame me for searching your soul. I just want to know your simple goal. I just want to use the teleportation formation. If the teleportation formation was destroyed by you, then it's a waste of my time. Etienne said coldly, Your Excellency, I really don't know anything about pickpocket door. Just as he finished speaking, the teenager suddenly broke free from Etienne's grasp. A silver light suddenly appeared in his hand, and he stabbed at Etienne. Etienne was not in a hurry. He gently stretched out his hand, and the teenager's hand was fixed. Oh, you have some mercy. Amnesia needle. And you still say that you are not from the pickpocket door. Etienne saw the teenager's hand, but he was not angry. Instead, he laughed. This needle could erase the memory of a certain period of time. Apart from that, there was not much harm. At least it was not a poisonous needle, nor was it a beheading knife. This meant that the teenager still had some mercy. At least he would not put people to death. Even if he knew a little bit of their identity, he would not kill them. The teenager's complexion changed. He did not expect that his sneak attack would be so easily blocked. Even if he increased his strength, it was useless. He was a Star Lord, but he could not deal with Etienne. There was only one possibility. That was Etienne's cultivation was much stronger than his. Fortunately, you made a wise choice. If you wanted to kill me, I would not only search your soul, but also strip you naked and hang you on the city wall as a warning. Don't think that I don't know what your real appearance is under this face. Tianyan smiled, but it was so horrifying in the teenager's eyes. Tianyan saw through his real gender. His real gender was female. Since his appearance was disguised, it was also normal to cover up his gender. Female cultivators often encountered inhuman treatment, especially after they were caught. Therefore, their gender would be covered up, but it still could not escape Tianyan's eyes. As soon as Tianyan saw her, he knew everything about her condition. However, no matter what the gender was, the real situation was just as he said. If this girl was merciless and wanted to kill him, he would definitely do it without mercy. If she dared to make a move on him, then she should be prepared to be killed. Come with me. Don't think that you can escape with your mediocre martial arts. If you make me unhappy, don't blame me for being rude. Tianyan gestured for her to follow him. The girl followed him obediently. All her information had been stripped away. The other party only had to look at her for a few times, and everything was right. She did not dare to run around. If she was really caught, and the result was like what Tianyan said, she would not be able to rest in peace. What a bastard! The girl muttered in her heart. At the same time, she was thinking about how to escape, or how to answer. She looked up and saw Tianyan walking in front of her. There was no protection around her. However, she did not have any intention to escape. She felt like she was being controlled. Hey, brother we meet again. When Luo saw Tianyan, his face showed a surprised expression. He wanted to hug him, but he was stopped by Tianyan. Enough. You thief sect really have a lot of tricks. You want to save your companion? Tianyan smiled and said, Come with me. I just want to ask you something. Don't play any tricks with me. Both of them gasped, especially Luo. His eyes revealed a shocked look. His identity was actually seen through. His identity was indeed from Thief Sect. When he saw that his senior sister seemed to be controlled, he immediately came to help. Who knew that Tianyan could see through his identity? He kept thinking, where did he expose his identity? Go, I'll stop him. Luo immediately stood up and burst out his strongest power. He wanted to stop Tianyan so that his senior sister could escape. Unexpectedly, the girl grabbed Luo and dragged him to her side. She bowed her head and said, Don't mess around. Just follow the adults. Luo was dumbfounded. What was going on? Chapter 2073. Tianyan had known that Luo was from the thief school from the very beginning, but he didn't bother to tell him. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. Even if they stole all the things of the practitioners and used them for something else, it would have nothing to do with him. As long as they didn't steal from him, he didn't care. Not only did they steal from him, but they also had something to do with the destruction of the teleportation formation. He had to investigate it. After a while, Tianyan took them back to the hostel. After going back to the room, Tianyan flicked his finger. A soundproof barrier was deployed around the room to isolate the sound. If anyone tried to investigate this place, he would know immediately. Only a Grand Star Venerable could sneak in without anyone noticing. He believed there were no Grand Star Venerables here. Grand Star Venerables weren't cabbages. How could they be seen everywhere? Star Venerables were rare here, let alone Grand Star Venerables. Tell me, I don't mean anything. I don't want to target the thief school either. I just want to ask you one thing. Did you destroy the teleportation formation? Tianyan sat on the chair, reached out and gently tapped on the table, making the whole room full of dong-dong sound. They looked at each other. The young man didn't change back to his real body. He still looked like a young man. Yes, we destroyed the teleportation formation. Yu Chioma nodded and admitted it in the end. Apprentice sister, you Luo didn't expect Yu Chioma to answer so quickly. He thought she would make something up. In his opinion, his apprentice sister wouldn't be so straightforward. Yu Chioma glared at him. Then she looked at Yi Tianyun and said, "You won't catch us to get the reward, will you? Apprentice sister, if we try our best to run away, can he stop us?" Yu Luo said to Yu Chioma. Yu Chioma didn't even bother to pay attention to him as she stared at Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun kept knocking on the table. He said calmly, "The reward is not attractive to me. I just want to know what's going on. Since it was you who destroyed it, that's good. You won't continue to destroy it for the 5th time, right? No matter how many times you destroy it, can you slow down and let me go to Scarlet Moon Planet? At that time, you can do whatever you want." He wanted to warn them not to rush into action. As long as he went to the Scarlet Moon Planet, it wouldn't be a problem for him to do whatever he wanted. That's it. Yu Chioma was stunned. "If we don't do that, what else can we do? I just want to go to Scarlet Moon Planet. You destroyed the teleportation array. So, how am I supposed to go to Scarlet Moon Planet? Don't tell me you want me to fly there," Yi Tianyun said helplessly. "No matter what you do, it has nothing to do with me as long as it doesn't affect my use of the teleportation formation." Yu Chioma and Yu Luo looked at each other. They had thought that Yi Tianyun wanted to say something, but it turned out that he wanted them not to be in a hurry to ruin the plan. "My lord, we did destroy the teleportation formation, but we also have our reasons," Yu Chioma said. "No matter what reason it is, unless you find me another teleportation formation. Don't blame me for being impolite if any of you try to destroy the teleportation formation again." Originally, he was a little annoyed that he had to wait here for a while. After all, he was in a hurry. Tian Yuan said that he was not in a hurry, but he didn't want to waste time here. Yu Chioma and the others looked troubled. They definitely couldn't find another teleportation formation. Wild Dragon Planet only had a teleportation formation here. As for other places, they really couldn't find one. If there really was a teleportation formation, it would be a relatively private one. Even the outside world didn't know about it. How could they know about it? "My lord, I'm afraid I can't promise you that, unless you help us solve our problem." Yu Chioma rolled her eyes. Yi Tianyun was silent for a while, staring at Yu Chioma for a while, then continued to knock on the table. "Now you want to talk terms with me? What qualifications do you think you have to talk terms with me?" "Brother Yi, you're going too far. My senior sister's cultivation is not low. If it wasn't for her kindness, if it wasn't for her reluctance to kill, Brother Yi would have already been killed." Yu Luo couldn't help but say, "She is indeed kind. I can see that if it wasn't for her kindness, she probably wouldn't have lived until now." Yi Tianyun smiled faintly. "Your senior sister's cultivation is not weak, but do you know why she is willing to stand in front of me obediently and dare not lie?" Yu Luo thought for a moment, then immediately widened his eyes. "Brother Yi, your cultivation is stronger than senior sister? It's not that I want to say that your thief god sect shouldn't just focus on cultivation. You also need to train your brain. You only just discovered such an obvious situation." Yi Tianyun smiled and shook his head, feeling quite helpless. "Junior brother Yu is indeed lacking a brain." Yu Chioma smiled awkwardly. Yu Luo's face turned red. He was indeed lacking a brain. For a while he really couldn't figure out what was going on. Judging from the aura, Yi Tianyun's cultivation was only at the level of Xing Master, so he always wanted to let Yu Chioma escape. "I'm not qualified to talk about conditions, but this is related to the life and death of our thief god sect. If Master doesn't agree to help, we can only continue to destroy the teleportation array. Even if we are killed by Master in the end, we will accept it." Yu Chioma clenched her teeth. braced herself, and said, "Oh, life and death." Tianyan raised his eyebrows. "Your thief god sect is always secretive. How can there be a situation of life and death? Is it possible that your thief god sect is being threatened?" Yu Qiumo immediately replied, "Yes, our thief god sect is being threatened. Our sect master and many junior brothers and sisters have been captured. If we don't do this, then we can only be exterminated." Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect it to be the same as what he guessed. "There is someone who can find the location of your thief god sect. That is really strange." Yi Tianyan was a little curious. This really made people curious. The thief god sect was such a hidden sect. Naturally, it would not be easy to find it. "Master, you are one of the strange people. Even if I change my appearance, you can easily see through me." Yu Qiumo pointed at Yi Tianyan. Yi Tianyan gently touched his nose. He was an exception. If it was not because of the appraisal, it was really not easy to see through him. "The person who can control your thief god sect is certainly not simple. You want me to help. Are you not asking me to die?" Yi Tianyan leaned on the chair, indifferently said, "However, if I want to help you, at least you have to give me something that can move me. I can't go die for you, right? Be realistic. If there is no reward, I don't want to help. Otherwise, I don't mind guarding the teleportation array to resist your sneak attack." Chapter 2074. Reward. Yu Qiumo repeated Yi Tianyan's words. Yi Tianyan was right. If there was no reward, who would help? Even if it was for the teleportation formation, no one would help casually. The teleportation formation was there in the first place, so they should be the ones paying for the damage. Yu Qiumo thought for a while before saying, "Galaxy-grade martial technique and galaxy-grade treasure." The two top-notch treasures Yu Qiumo mentioned were better than the reward. The reward was just a galaxy-grade martial technique, but there was also a galaxy-grade treasure here. She was really generous. This kind of reward could indeed get Star Venerates or even Star Venerates to help. After all, the reward was pretty good. Of course, it depended on who the opponent was. If the opponent was dozens of Star Venerates or Star Venerates, not to mention 2, no one would dare to accept even 3. After Yi Tianyan heard that, he continued knocking on the table and said calmly, "As the senior sister, did you not hear what I said earlier? Think carefully about what I said when I talked to you about the teleportation formation." Yu Qiumo thought about it, then shook her head and said, "Sir, you said that you don't care about galaxy-grade martial arts, but I'll give you a galaxy-grade treasure now. No matter how you look at it, this is a relatively high reward, right? The reward is pretty good, but the person you want me to deal with is not a simple person, right? I'm afraid that most of the Star Monarchs wouldn't accept this task, right?" Yi Tianyan looked at Yu Qiumo with a burning gaze, and Yu Qiumo bowed her head to look at him. There were so many Star Venerates here. Why did they come to me instead of asking for help? Yi Tianyan guessed that the opponent was very strong. Yu Qiumo judged that she could not deal with the Star Venerates here, so she did not try to rope him in. Since Yi Tianyan could deal with her easily, it meant that he was not weak. That was why she asked. "Yes, the opponent is very strong, but not especially strong. He is a late-stage Star Venerate. My lord, you suppress me so easily, so your cultivation is definitely a late-stage Star Venerate. It should not be a problem for you to help me deal with him." Yu Qiumo could only say this. A late-stage Star Venerate? This is not something an ordinary Star Venerate can deal with. There are a lot of Star Monarchs here, but they are not very powerful. Haven't you thought about asking a Star Venerable for help? Yi Tianyan said with a smile. It's not that there are no Star Venerables here. Star Venerate, Yu Qiumo said awkwardly, there are only a few Star Venerates on the desolate dragon planet, and our thief gate happened to have offended them. If we ask them for help, we will have to pay a higher price. Tianyun looked at her and smiled. What she said is true. Thief Door specializes in stealing special treasures. No, Tianyun Shoma said. No, Star. No wonder, if you go to the Star Venerables for help, not only will you have to spit out what you have done before, but you will also have to pay a higher price. Tianyun said with a smile, which made Choma and the others feel embarrassed. No wonder, if you ask a Star Venerate for help, you will have to pay a higher price. Tianyun smiled, which made Choma and the others feel embarrassed. That was the price for stealing. It was good enough that they did not come to kill us, and now they wanted to ask for help. The cultivators who suppressed our stealing god sect are mainly familiar with our stealing god sect. That's why they were suppressed. Yucho Emo said. She was afraid that Tianyun wouldn't agree, so she explained in more detail. You don't have to be so subtle. He is a traitor of your thief gate, right? Tianyun glanced at them. She had made it so clear, and he would be a fool if he did not know. Choma and the others felt even more embarrassed, but it was true. He was a traitor of the thief gate. That guy is a traitor. Our thief gate never mistreats any disciple. That guy thought the thief gate had not taught him something, so he chose to betray us. Luo cursed angrily. That's your business. It has nothing to do with me. Tell me what else you want. Tell me what I want. Tianyun did not care about what had happened to them. He only wanted the reward. As long as you help us solve this problem, we will provide you with a galaxy-level martial arts technique or a treasure. You can choose any one of them. At the same time, we can do 2 things for you. As long as it is within our ability, we will help you. What do you think? Choma increased the reward immediately. She could only ask for Tianyun's help in this way. They were at their wits' end and could only do this. It's too little. Tianyun shook his head. My lord, you are asking for a mile after giving us an inch. This is a very high reward. Even ordinary Star Venerables would want it. Luo could not help but say, 3 galaxy-level treasures. Even Star Venerables would want it. The Thief Gate had 3 galaxy-level treasures, which meant it had a good foundation. It could even be said they were rich. Ordinary Star Venerables might want it, but I'm not. Tianyun leaned back and poured himself a cup of tea. He took a sip and said, You are hiding a lot of things. You are digging a hole for me to jump into. The conditions are tempting, but I don't think it's worth it. My lord, what do you mean? Choma frowned. She had been rejected again and again. Her patience was wearing thin. What do I mean? Don't you understand? The traitor of the Thief Gate asked you to destroy the teleportation formation. What's the point of destroying the teleportation formation? You didn't tell me the reason. The point is, I guess it's not the traitor who asked you to do it, but the mastermind behind the traitor. I wasn't interested in it. But if you want my help, you must know everything. Otherwise, I'm afraid I will be the one to die. Tianyun looked at her with an intense gaze. He wanted to see something from her eyes. Choma went silent. So did Luo. They did not expect Tianyun to dig so deep. There were indeed many twists and turns, and the situation was rather complicated. It's really complicated. We don't know why they asked us to destroy the teleportation formation. As for the mastermind behind it, we don't know either. But we can make some guesses. Choma said, honestly, it should be the Heavenly Cloud, Star Venerable of the Heavenly Cloud ancestral land. What? Tianyun was shocked. He was the mastermind. Why didn't he know? Was this a joke? Say it again. Who is the mastermind? Tianyun looked puzzled. That's our guess. The traitor also said it was the Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable. Choma said with certainty. Chapter 2075. Seeing Tianyan laugh, Yuchoma felt strange. Did she say something wrong? Sir, what's so funny? Star Venerable Tianyan is a very powerful Star Venerable. According to the latest news, he killed the Star Venerable of the ancestral land of Jade God and the Master of Star Origin. It means his strength is definitely among the top Star Venerables. Yuchoma sighed. I hid it from you because I was afraid you would choose to retreat after hearing the title of Star Venerable Tianyan. In fact, you don't have to worry about Star Venerable Tianyan. It's just a rumor. We don't know whether it's true or not. At least it won't be a problem to kill the traitor. Rumor? Didn't you say the traitor said it? Tianyan didn't expose Yuchoma. Instead, he asked her with a smile. He found them interesting. They didn't even know the Venerable One was here. Or maybe he was starting to get interested in the traitor. How dare he cause trouble in his name? Did he want to die? That's true, but I don't know whether it's true or not. After all, the traitor didn't tell the truth. Maybe even Star Venerable Tianyan was talking nonsense. Yuchoma's judgment was correct. It was a lie. What if it's true? Tianyan squinted at her and said with a smile, In that case, I will provoke Star Venerable Tianyan. Will I be killed by him? Yuchoma was anxious. That was why she didn't dare say it. If she said it, all the Star Lords would refuse. The reward was tempting, but their lives were more important. If they lost their lives, no matter how many treasures they had, it would be useless. He had to admit that the information Yuchoma had provided was too little. She didn't even know why the transmitting formation had been destroyed. However, Tianyan was starting to get interested in them, especially the traitor. He had dared to cause trouble in his name. Wasn't he courting death? Let's put it this way. If you want me to help, I can, but I'll have to change the reward. Tianyan looked at them and said with a smile, How? Yuchoma's eyes lit up. She was truly anxious. At present, they were the only ones who could move, and the amount of support they could request was pitifully small. Some star sovereigns were even inferior to her. How could he get reinforcements from a star venerate weaker than Yuchoma? If possible, they did not want to expose the location of the thief sect. Therefore, he had to find a way that would definitely succeed. Otherwise, he would not be exposed. It's very simple. Your thief sect will join my force in the future. Don't worry, I won't randomly assign people to manage you. You just need to help me with something. If you do it well, you'll get more rewards. After Tianyan finished speaking, he took a sip of tea under the dumbfounded expression of the other party. My lord, can you say that again? Yuchoma said in surprise. Didn't I make it clear? You just have to join my faction. It's that simple. Tianyan smiled faintly and said, Join my force. I can help you solve everything and sweep away everything. He did not pay much attention to the thief sect, but he had paid some attention to it before. The thief sect could collect information quickly. Most importantly, they were all people with extraordinary abilities. They could steal things from star venerates. What else could they not steal? Therefore, they were absolutely the best when it came to collecting materials. Tianyan decided to ask the thief sect to join his force. In this way, his information network would be expanded quickly. He could ask them for any materials he wanted. With such strong support, his force would be strengthened more obviously. My lord, are you kidding? Luo was so angry that he almost laughed. He could not help but say, The thief sect has a good foundation. If we are controlled, we will at least be in the top 5 on the desolate dragon planet. In terms of treasures, there were countless of them. You want to swallow up the thief sect directly. You are asking for an exorbitant price. Yuchoma was irritated. He had been kind enough to talk about rewards, but he was asking for an exorbitant price. He was even asking for the bones. "My lord, you are going too far. If we offer you more treasures, we can hire one more star venerable." Yuchioma tried to hold back her anger. She did not scold him, like Yuluo. "Don't you want to join my force?" Itianyan did not get angry. Instead, he found it funny to see their angry faces. It was normal for there to be such a strong rejection. It would be strange if he agreed to it casually. The thief sect is powerful. Why should we attach ourselves to other forces? Why should we be managed and manipulated by others? The thief sect always advocates freedom. Yuchuma looked proud. She was quite proud of her sect's principle, advocates freedom, so much that there is a traitor. Tianyan shook his head and refuted her mercilessly. They were disappointed. Yuchoma hurried to refute him. This is an exception. That guy is too greedy. He wants to take everything for himself. Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? All right, don't bargain with me. That's all I have to say. If you don't agree, you can leave. But don't destroy the transmission formation. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Tianyan waved his hand to tell them to leave. Fine. Yuchioma and the others were so angry that they stamped their feet. Then they turned around and left. Seeing them leaving, Tianyan did not ask them to stay. He just continued to drink tea. His condition was right there. If they didn't agree, they would leave. Although he was interested in that traitor and was going to kill him, he was not in a hurry because he knew Yuchioma and the others would come back for him. After a while, about half a day later, someone knocked on the door. "Come in," Tianyan said calmly. Then two people walked in slowly. They were Yuchioma and Yuluo. They walked in with their heads lowered, as if they had done something wrong. "What's wrong? Have you thought it through?" Tianyan smiled. "Sir, Heavenly Cloud Star Sovereign, can you change the reward? We can't make the decision." Yuchioma's tone was completely soft. Even Yuluo was terrified. They didn't expect that the person in front of them was Heavenly Cloud Star Sovereign himself. "Oh, it seems that your information gathering speed is not bad. You found out my identity in half a day?" Tianyan took a sip of tea. He was not surprised by their words. "We guessed it a little. Combined with some information, we found out who you are." Yuchoma smiled awkwardly. Such a big shot was in front of her, but she didn't know who he was. She even wanted to steal from him. It was ridiculous. Chapter 2076. Tianyan looked at the two uneasy cultivators and laughed, looking at their expression. It's quite funny to see them like this. In half a day, you can collect accurate information about me. This is not bad. It proves that your thief sect's ability to collect information is quite good. Tianyan said calmly. But overall, it seems very ordinary. My information has been leaked for so long, but you don't even know what I look like? Tianyan did not deliberately disguise himself. He looked the same, so no one recognized him along the way. Now, even the Stealing Gods sect didn't recognize him. The main reason is that there was a traitor in the thief sect. There were too many restrictions on all aspects. We could only hear a little bit of information, but we did not know the details. Yuchioma straightened up and said proudly, "If not, your information would be very clear, and there would be absolutely no omission." "That is true." Tianyan leaned on the chair, reached out his hand, and gently knocked on the table. He said with a faint smile, "Let's not talk about this. This is the reward. I have 2 domains, and I can continue to expand in the future. Do you think that joining me will be unfair to your thief sect?" "This is not unfair. Definitely not." They shook their heads quickly. Their attitude was completely different from before. After knowing that Tianyan was Star Venerable Heavenly Cloud, They did not dare to be presumptuous. They thought that when Tianyin said that the traitor was funny, they did not know what was going on. Now, it seemed that it was really funny. How could it not be funny when the thief sect was here? But this is not something we can decide. The thief sect has always advocated freedom. If we join other forces, we will be restricted. I have said before that I will not intervene. I will only ask you to help me with things. Usually, I don't need you to take action, even if it is a domain war. You are my most hidden force. If you don't take action, you will be shocked. Tianyin squinted his eyes. They looked at each other. Yu Qiumo nodded and said, "Sir, your request is very good, but we can't decide. Everything is decided by the master. According to our judgment, there's a high chance that he'll join us. If not, we'll find other ways to make up for it." They were surprised and happy at the same time. If they could ask Sky Cloud Star Venerable for help, the Thief Gate would definitely be saved. That's good. I also want to deal with the traitor who slandered me. Tianyun's eyes turned cold, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "My lord, this way, please." Yu Qiumo gestured for Tianyin to follow her. Then Tianyin followed Yu Qiumo and Yu Luo and disappeared into the passageway. Under the lead of Yu Qiumo and the others, they first disappeared from the 6 origin regions through a simple teleportation formation, and then arrived at another region. Following that, they brought Tianyin to another corner of the city where they took the teleportation formation to another region. One teleportation array after another. Almost every region had a teleportation array. Do you have a teleportation formation in the realm of scorching desolation? Tianyin asked curiously. Yes, we have hidden teleportation formations in every region of the desolate dragon planet. Yu Qiumo said proudly. Yu Qiumo proudly said, "Only our thief god sect can arrange so many teleportation arrays and connect them perfectly without any conflict. Whether it's collecting information or running away, we can do it perfectly." Tianyin nodded. That was true. The other forces couldn't do it. We are almost there. "My lord, follow us later. We don't know what that traitor will do, so we must be careful," Yu Qiumo reminded him. Tianyin said calmly, "It's okay. No matter what kind of scheme it is, I will smash it with one palm strike." His words were very domineering, which surprised Yu Qiumo and the others. But when they thought about it, it might be true. With Tianyun's cultivation, as long as it wasn't stronger than him, he could easily crush it. Soon, they arrived at the foot of a mountain, and after passing through many great formations, they arrived at the innermost region. One had to admit that the defenses along the way were very good. Ordinary star lords couldn't get in. Even star venerables would have to spend some time to crack them. By then, the Thief Gate would have enough time to retreat, and they wouldn't have to worry about being caught. Especially with so many teleportation formations, they would disappear after running for a while. Star venerables weren't invincible. If they went to other regions, it would be hard to find them, unless they spent a lot of time searching all the way. But the price was too high. As long as it wasn't something that would make star venerables angry, they wouldn't waste so much time on them. In this case, the Thief Gate was very safe. As long as they didn't court death, there wouldn't be any big problem. After passing through many layers of fog, they finally arrived at the interior of the Thief Gate. As soon as they passed through the fog, they heard a vigilant voice. "Who is he?" Tianyin looked up and saw 2 guards beside him, both at the Star Master level. "He is our apprentice, brother. What's the problem?" Yu Qiumo answered coldly, "Why haven't we met?" The guards frowned, sizing up Tianyin, trying to figure out something from him. An apprentice brother who has been staying outside. What's the problem? You can't see all the disciples. Yu Qiumo said in a deep voice, Will you let us pass? If you don't, we won't bother to report the situation. When the traitor gives the order, you will be punished. Don't call the master a traitor. The guards were angry, but they still stood aside and let them pass. I warn you, the master is doing this for your own good. Don't call him a traitor. A traitor is a traitor. Don't make it sound so nice. Yuchiomo said with a cold smile, "Let's go. I don't want to talk to them." Then Yuchiomo went in with Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun had a general idea of what was going on. It seemed the thief gate was controlled from the inside out. Even the guards were the traitor's men. They were here to monitor all the people who came in. But they couldn't see anything from Yi Tianyun, so they let him pass. After all, it was normal that they didn't know some disciples. After entering, they found the situation inside was almost the same. Many guards were patrolling back and forth. They surrounded the place tightly. There was almost no gap. Chapter 2077. Along the way, the thief god sect was firmly controlled. There were many guards arranged here, all of them at the level of Star Master. It seemed that the other side's power was quite strong. "Sir, this is our thief god sect. It has been firmly controlled by the traitor. There is no freedom to speak of." Yuchiomo explained while leading Yi Tianyun forward. "Indeed, your thief god sect is being monitored from all angles. The other side is clearly prepared." Yi Tianyun smiled. "This makes me want to see what you traitors are really thinking." Under Yuchiomo's lead, their journey was unimpeded. They could move freely. After all, they had a mission, so it was very normal for them to come back and report. Soon, they arrived at the inner hall of the thief god sect. There were many thief god sect disciples here, listening to orders. "Well, what did you get in Finyu region?" A middle-aged man was sitting on a chair in front of the hall. There was a huge dragon leopard next to him. It was lying there, allowing him to pet it. He was the traitor of the thief god sect, Star Monarch J. Fury. His cultivation was at the late stage of Star Lord. Compared to other Star Lords, he was indeed stronger. The dragon leopard next to him was also at the late stage of Star Master. It was a very powerful pet. Nothing. It is not easy to steal from Finyu region. It is also very dangerous. You are putting our thief god sect in danger. The disciple who was sent on the mission retorted, "Scram!" Hero's Fury Star Monarch slapped the disciple away and said coldly, "I'm issuing an absolute order, not asking you to consider the consequences. What is there to be afraid of? We have Star Lord Heavenly Cloud behind us." Do you know who Star Lord Heavenly Cloud is? Whoever is not on good terms with him will be exterminated. What Jade got Ancestral Land? What Star Origin Lord? All his enemies will be exterminated. Not to say that he is absolutely invincible, but at least he is in the top 3 of the Desolate Dragon Star. With such a powerful existence helping us, why should we be afraid of other forces? Star Monarch J. Fury sneered at them. "Moreover, you are still under my control. Do what I tell you to do. Don't talk nonsense with me. Sect Master, and the others are in my hands. If I am not happy, I am afraid I will be beaten up again." Many disciples showed angry expressions, but they did not dare to say anything. They were being threatened, so they could only choose to compromise. "If you don't have anything to say, then hurry up and complete my mission. If it's done, I can return the thief god door to you. If it's not done well, don't blame me for not considering our past relationship." Star Monarch Heroic Fury said coldly, "Star Lord Heavenly Cloud is supporting you?" A discordant voice came from the gate. "That's right. Star Venerable Sky Cloud is supporting me. Is there a problem?" Hero's Fury, Star Monarch answered without thinking, then looked at the area where the voice came from. He frowned and said, You're back. How did the mission go? Tianyan came in with Yuchoma. When Star-Lord Heavenly Cloud looked over, he did not linger on Tianyun's face. In his opinion, the mission was the most important. The teleportation formation was destroyed again. We are rushing to repair it. Yuchoma reported truthfully while observing Tianyun's situation. Tianyan was not in a hurry to act. He watched from the side. Very good. That's right. Next time, when it is almost repaired, we will destroy it again and again. Star-Lord Heavenly Cloud was very satisfied and showed a rare smile. All right. How is the stealing going? Did you steal anything good? It seemed that Star-Lord Heavenly Cloud's order for Yuchoma and the others to steal things. Under normal circumstances, although the thief god sect stole things, they did not steal randomly. It could be said that the things they stole had to have some meaning. Only then could they flaunt the power of the thief god sect. They did not steal things all the time. That was too low level. At least, they would not steal the star rings of ordinary cultivators. Ordering them to steal star rings was simply an insult to them. However, they could only choose to agree. Otherwise, the thief god sect would be finished. I don't know why you keep destroying the teleportation formation. Is there any meaning? Tianyan asked again. As soon as he said this, the disciples at the side looked over in shock. Although they did not know Tianyan, since he came in with Yuchoma, he must have something to do with the thief god sect. The previous disciple who asked why was beaten half to death. Wasn't Tianyan courting death by asking this? Sure enough, Star-Lord Heavenly Cloud was immediately displeased. He glared at Tianyan and said, "Didn't I tell you to do whatever I tell you to do? Why are you so long-winded? You want to die? I don't want to die. I just want to know why you gave the order to destroy the teleportation formation." Tianyan said calmly. "Shut up." Star-Lord Heavenly Cloud sent a slap over. Powerful energy condensed into a palm, slapping towards Tianyun's face. The other disciples closed their eyes. They could already see Tianyan being sent flying and seriously injured. Unexpectedly, when this palm came, Tianyan reached out and flicked his hand, easily dispersing the palm. "I'm asking you a question. Did you not hear me?" Tianyan walked over to Star-Lord Heavenly Cloud. Star-Lord Heavenly Cloud was furious. He did not expect his attack to be blocked by the other party. Just as he was about to unleash even more power to punish the other party, he saw Tianyan's face walking over. His legs suddenly went soft, and he knelt on the ground. Venerate Heavenly Cloud. Star-Lord Heavenly Cloud was frightened. His legs went soft, and he could not stand up. It was very obvious that Star-Lord Heavenly Cloud had seen Tianyan's appearance. Otherwise, he would not have recognized him at a glance. Venerate Heavenly Cloud. The disciples were shocked, and they all looked in Tianyan's direction. If they observed him carefully, they found that he seemed a little familiar. "I heard that you used my name to cause trouble here. I don't remember knowing you, and I have never seen you before. But you say you are familiar with me?" Tianyan walked over with a smile. "Let's talk about how we met." Then Tianyan extended his hand to grab Star-Lord Heavenly Cloud. Star-Lord Heavenly Cloud suddenly got up and turned around to escape. Both of them were Star Venerates. If he did not escape, he would be a fool. "Do you think you can escape?" Tianyan grabbed Star-Lord Heavenly Cloud with a backhand. He had been prepared for this. How could he let Star-Lord Heavenly Cloud escape? In an instant, Star-Lord Heavenly Cloud was controlled. He could not resist at all. Chapter 2078. Yuchoma and the others had never seen Star Venerables fight. Star Venerables were rarely seen, and they rarely fought. The thief school was powerful, but they didn't have any star venerables. The strongest was just a Star Lord. They had a large number of Star Lords, which meant they weren't weak. But now they were all controlled, which was a very embarrassing thing. Now the usually powerful Star Lords were easily controlled, which showed them how powerful Star Venerables were. As expected, everyone below Star Venerables were just like ants. This strong force was not something an ordinary Star Venerate could resist. Even a late-stage Star Venerate could easily suppress it. "Your Excellency, please let me go. I didn't do anything bad with your reputation, and I want to offer the treasure to you after this is over." Star Lord Jiannu's expression changed quickly. He immediately put on a flattering expression, not as fierce as before. Facing someone stronger than him, he was really flexible. He didn't care even if a group of disciples of the thief school were watching him. For him, it was fine as long as he could live. He didn't care about his reputation. Tianyun didn't care about him. He grabbed Star Lord Jiannu's head and started a super soul searching. It was useless to say anything. He just wanted to see who was behind Star Lord Jiannu. Begging for mercy and changing the subject were meaningless. After the soul searching, Star Lord Jiannu's power was sealed, and most of his power was destroyed. Then he was thrown in the middle of the hall like a dead dog. "I'll leave him to you. Now go and save your schoolmaster." Tianyun's face was gloomy. He started walking forward. "Impossible, impossible. What kind of power is this? You can search my memory?" Star Lord Jiannu shouted at Tianyun as if he had seen a ghost. He hadn't expected Tianyun to search his soul like this. Tianyun didn't answer him. He just kept walking forward. Chioma grabbed Star Lord Jiannu and followed him. The thief door's crisis had not been resolved yet. After all, there were still many guards outside, and soon more guards would come. Therefore, she decided to go in with Tianyun and save her sect master first. Luo and the rest followed closely behind, in case they were left behind. The rest of the thief god sect's disciples also followed him. How could they miss the chance to save their sect master? They had been unwilling to leave and had been working for Star Lord Virtuous Fury all this time, all for the sake of saving the master and the thief door. When they went deeper into the main hall, there were layers of guards. However, Tianyun raised his hand and slapped, sending the guards flying. Actually, he didn't even need to do anything. He could just let Chioma do it. These guards were at most at the level of Master Xing, so Chioma could easily deal with them. It was just that Tianyun happened to be in front of them, so it was up to him to take care of them. After sweeping all the way in, they soon came to the depths of the thief god sect. Below us is the place where the sect master is imprisoned. Usually we use it to seal treasures, but now it's being used as a cage. How ironic! Emo shook her head. They had never imagined that the place where treasures were stored would be used as a cage. Tianyun didn't say anything. He continued walking and came to a door. "This door, let me open it." When Chioma was about to open the door, Tianyun reached out and slapped it a few times. Under their dumbfounded expression, the door began to rumble and actually opened. How do you know how to open it?" Chioma was dumbfounded. He is a devil. He dug out my memory. How could he not know how to open it? He knows the secret of the thief god sect. Star Lord Virtuous Fury shouted from the side. "An outsider knows the secret of the thief god sect." Star Lord Virtuous Fury went crazy and began to laugh crazily. Not only was he controlled, but his plan also failed. Moreover, all his secrets were dug out, which drove him crazy. Chioma and the others looked at each other. This was really a very evil ability. However, they didn't say anything. So what if Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable knew their secret? Anyway, it was enough to save the entire thief god sect. As the doors opened, Two green-skinned star venerates entered Xiao Chen's sight. They were digging into the memories of the sect master and the elders of the thief god sect, trying to dig out all the memories of the sect master. Yi Tianyan rushed in without saying a word. The reason was very simple. The master of the thief god sect was controlled by two green demons. Moreover, they were constantly implanting the flower of darkness into the master and elders. Therefore, after digging out Star Lord Vengeful Fury's memories, he immediately rushed over here in order to rescue them and destroy the green demon race. "It's you green demons again." Yi Tianyan was furious when he saw the green demons. No wonder the thief god sect did so many things. They were behind everything. When the two green demon star sovereigns saw Yi Tianyan and the others come in, they were stunned. Before they could react, they were quickly controlled by Yi Tianyan. One of them was killed, and the other's soul was searched. Similarly, not a single memory was spared. "Master," Yu Qioma and the others rushed over. The master and the elders were all exhausted. They were tightly bound there, and their bodies were covered with the flower of darkness. It was a horrible sight to see. Many of the flower of darkness grew on their bodies, using their bodies as soil to absorb their energy. Under such torture, their willpower would collapse bit by bit. It wasn't something that could be resisted with a strong willpower. As time passed, their rationality would gradually collapse. In the end, not only would their memories be dug out, but they would also be controlled. This was the terror of the flower of darkness. It was equivalent to a forbidden flower. You're here." Sect Master Qin Mu's face was pale. When he saw them charging over, he felt both surprised and worried. However, when he saw the two star sovereigns being controlled, half of the stone in his heart was lifted. The other half was because he was worried about Yi Tianyan's identity. They didn't know Yi Tianyan's identity, so they couldn't help but worry. "Sect Master, how are you? There are so many flower of darkness. These damned green demons." They turned their furious gazes to the green demons. The remaining green demon, Star Sovereign, had long lost his ability to resist. He could only stare at them with wide eyes. "I'll leave them to you. I'll do as I please," Yi Tianyan said with a nod. Chapter 2079. After Yi Tianyan watched them vent their anger, he finally faced the real problem that he had to face. They turned their gazes back to Yi Tianyan and pleaded, "My lord, can you save the sect master? You are so powerful and have such a strong cultivation. You should be able to get rid of the dark flower, right?" "Ha ha ha, that's impossible. You can't deal with the flower of darkness. Only we can." The Green Devil Star Monarch started laughing maniacally. He believed that they were dreaming if they wanted to get rid of the flower of darkness. They were indeed confident in their abilities. After all, the dark flower was famous for its ability to get rid of things. This was especially so after the dark flower had fully grown. Getting rid of it was practically impossible. Yi Tianyan was still looking through the memories he had obtained. After looking through them, he did not answer Yu Qioma. Instead, he looked at the green demon Star Venerate and said, "So, that's how it is. You destroyed the transportation formation to make those cultivators stay behind so that you can capture and control them one by one." Unexpectedly, aside from that lair, there is another huge place that captured so many cultivators. Yi Tianyan finally understood what was going on. The memories he had obtained from Star Venerate did not explain what the transportation formation was used for. However, from the green demon Star Venerate's memories, Xiao Chen knew what was going on. Given the cultivation of the green demon race, capturing some of the weaker Star Venerates would not be a problem. After destroying the transportation formation, the cultivators would not be able to return. At the same time, they would not be able to quickly report the disappearance of their companions. Under such circumstances, the green demon race could do whatever they wanted for now. In the end, their reason was rather crude. They just wanted to capture more cultivators and control them. The act of stealing the astral rings was entirely at the request of Star Venerate Venerate. Star Venerate 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 was rather greedy, so he wanted to snatch all the treasures. He had a cooperative relationship with the green demon race. As long as Star Venerate Venerate agreed, not only would he become the sect master, but he would also have the green demon race as his backer in the future. Who exactly are you? How can you have such an ability? The green demon, Star Venerate's face turned sullen. Having his memories wiped clean was still very horrifying. Looks like you've been so busy outside that you've forgotten about the situation in your own nest. Tianyan shook his head and said, Your base in the Five Elements Mountain has been destroyed by me, but you're still busy outside, looking for more powerhouses to support you. It's ridiculous. Your lair is gone, so what are you all doing outside? Impossible. It is impossible for you to destroy our lair. Our Lord is undefeatable. How can you deal with him? The Green Devil Star Monarch shook his head, denying Tianyun's words. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Tianyun didn't bother with him anymore and turned his head to look at Sect Master Qin Mu of Thief God Sect. He said solemnly, Sect Master Qin Mu, I have discussed with your people before. If I come to save you, the reward is for your Thief God Sect to join my power. I wonder, what do you think? You want us to join your force? Qin Mu examined Tianyun up and down and said solemnly, I wonder what power does this Tao friend belong to? Our Thief God Sect isn't weak. If there hadn't been an accident, we wouldn't have been controlled. There were 4 star monarchs captured here. Including Yu Qiuma, there were 5-star monarchs. This power was much stronger than the Jade God's ancestral land in the burning desolate region. Of course, the Jade God's ancestral land had star venerables. Putting aside star venerables, it was quite a strong power. It was only because they were plotted against by others that they ended up in such a state. I'm Heavenly Cloud, Star Venerable, Tianyun said calmly. Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable. When he announced his name, they were immediately shocked. They knew that Tianyun was strong, but they didn't expect him to be Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable, who had been in the limelight recently. Yes, I'm Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable. If you traitors hadn't given me the order, I wouldn't have known the situation of Thief God Sect. Tianyun glanced at Savage Fury Star Venerable and said with a faint smile, You use my name to say that I'm your backer. It's really ridiculous. The asterisk starred, you attracted a big guy. It turns out it was you, trash. The green demon, Star Venerable, was furious when he heard that. He didn't believe that Tianyun would destroy his lair, but he believed that he had been attracted by Savage Fury, Star Venerable. Savage Fury Star Venerable's face turned green and white. What else could he say? He just thought that Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable was famous and wanted to scare his fellow disciples. Who would have thought that it would lead to such a situation? He didn't think that Tianyun would come here. They were so far away from each other. Moreover, he had said it internally and hadn't publicized it. Although he hadn't publicized it, the order he had given was quite deceptive. That was different. If it weren't for stealing, Tianyun wouldn't have cared about it. Maybe this was the cause and effect that had lured him here. Heavenly Cloud, Star Venerable. Qin Mu was silent for a while before saying, Forget it. As long as Lord Heavenly Cloud, Star Venerable, can give us some space after taking control of Thief God Sect, we will be eternally grateful. Qin Mu agreed in the end and didn't refuse to join Tianyun's power. Little you, I'll leave Thief God Sect to you. We are controlled by the flowers of darkness, and it will be hard for us to break free. Qin Mu sighed. I hope you can manage thief god sect well, and don't disappoint us down there. Sect master? Yu Qioma and the rest cried out in grief. They turned to look at Yi Tianyun and asked, Lord, is there really no way to get rid of these flowers of darkness? Ha! If we could, we would have done so long ago. Why would we be talking nonsense with you? At the side, the green demon star sovereign laughed loudly. Although their plan had been seen through, they would still be able to bury a group of people with them. This was a joyous occasion. Many of the disciples collapsed to the ground, their eyes red. From this, it could be seen that their relationship was very deep. Thief god sect's management, in this aspect, was very good. Who said I can't get rid of these flowers of darkness? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Soon after, he stretched out his hand to grab the flowers of darkness. Qin Mu's face turned pale. It was obvious that he felt a sharp pain. Idiot! This is no different from killing people. I thought you had a way, but it turns out you were just bragging. Green Demon, Star Venerable laughed loudly. As soon as he said that, the flowers of darkness that were pulled out were quickly burned to ashes. Even the flowers of darkness in Qin Mu's body were easily disposed of by Yi Tianyun. Chapter 2080. When Yi Tianyun had forcefully pulled out the flowers of darkness, he had given Yu Qioma and the rest a huge shock. After all, the flowers of darkness could not be dealt with like that. If they could, why would they need to ask Yi Tianyun for help? They could have just done it themselves. When they wanted to dissuade Yi Tianyun has already burned the dark flower in front of them. Everything was done very quickly, much faster than when he had dealt with the flowers of darkness. This was not just practice making perfect. The crucial point was that his cultivation had increased greatly, so the speed at which he dealt with the flowers of darkness had naturally increased as well. The flower of darkness was annihilated in an instant. It was as easy as flipping his hand. This dumbfounded green devil star sovereign. The words he had said earlier seemed to be mocking him. It was so sarcastic. Before, he had been very sure that Yi Tianyun could not remove them, but now he had been slapped in the face. It was laughable. Yi Tianyun was too lazy to care about their expressions and continued to remove the flowers of darkness from their bodies. The removal methods were all very cruel. He just had to pull them out and burn them quickly. There was no difficulty at all. Soon, he had pulled out all the flowers of darkness and restored their bodies. None of them came back to their senses even after a long time. Previously, they had been so sad that they could not control themselves. Now they were all dumbfounded, and what followed was pleasant surprise. Removed? You really removed the flowers of darkness? Lord, you are too awesome. Yu Qioma screamed in surprise. She no longer had the bearing of a star sovereign, and she looked completely like a little girl. Yu Qioma still hadn't changed back to her original appearance. She was still in disguise. She had always presented herself like that, not intending to show her true appearance. Other than a few people who knew her true appearance, most of them did not. Our flowers of darkness have been removed. Does that mean we don't have to die anymore? Qin Mu and the rest were also pleasantly surprised. They had written their wills, and since there was no solution, they could only hand Thief God Sect over to Yi Tianyun. Now that all of them were fine, should he continue with this promise? I didn't say I want you guys to die. Join my power, not one less. Yi Tianyun looked at Qin Mu and smiled. Sect Master Qin, you won't go back on your words, right? Previously, you thought that you were dead for sure, which was why you chose to side with me. What about now? Do you still have any ideas? Qin Mu and the rest smiled, awkwardly. If it wasn't for the crisis, they really didn't want to join Yi Tianyun's power. Although Yi Tianyun's side was very strong, they were still used to freedom, and they didn't want the stealing door to be controlled. This sect Master Qin, after this matter is over, we can discuss this further. I don't want to force you. Otherwise, you won't be willing to work for me. Yi Tianyun smiled. In that case, after we get rid of these traitors, we can discuss this further. Qin Mu looked at Star Sovereign with an incomparably cold gaze, and even killing intent surged. Wasn't it because of them that they were trapped here? After the Flower of Darkness was removed, they didn't recover, but it wasn't a problem to clean up the sect together. The strongest guards here were only at the level of Master Xing. The level of Star Sovereign was already here, so it wasn't difficult to deal with them. No matter what, they were all Star Sovereigns, and even injured ones were much stronger than Master Xing very soon. With their violence, they cleaned up the intruders of the stealing door, and at the same time, Star Sovereign was put on trial. Yi Tianyun watched from the side, witnessing the whole process. The whole process was very straightforward, and the traitors were all severely punished. They wouldn't be killed, but they would be imprisoned and punished. Directly killing them with a single slash would be letting them off too easily. Hence, the way they dealt with it was rather extreme. When it was time to be ruthless, they wouldn't be soft-hearted. Especially when dealing with traitors, Yi Tianyun wouldn't be soft-hearted at all. He wouldn't remember old friendships, and he wouldn't say anything about the return of the prodigal son. I'm very sorry. What prodigal son? Let's talk about it in our next life. After dealing with the matter, Yi Tianyun rested in the stealing door for a while, where they gave him the highest treatment. After a period of rest, sect Master Qin and the others came to visit personally, instead of letting Yi Tianyun meet them. Greetings, Sir Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable. The Master and all the elders of the Godly Thief sect all came over. Among this group of people, there was an extra woman. Although she wasn't extremely beautiful, her appearance was very pleasing to the eye. She was none other than Yu Mo. This was her true appearance, but Yi Tianyun just glanced at her and didn't look at her at all. Yu Mo was so angry that she stomped her feet. She thought that when she changed to her true appearance, Yi Tianyun would look at her a few more times, but it didn't work at all. It's rare for me to recover my appearance, yet he doesn't even look at me properly. Yu Mo was still very confident in her appearance. It wasn't that she was absolutely beautiful, but she had a special charm that made it easy for people to look at her a few more times. Little did she know that Yi Tianyun had seen it many times, and his willpower was astonishing, so he wouldn't be moved at all. And looks like you guys have already discussed it, right? Yi Tianyun looked at them with a smile. They could give him a satisfactory answer. We have discussed it, and we have decided to join Lord's power. We have already made a promise, so we naturally won't change it. We have come over this time to sign some rules with Lord, and we hope Lord can agree to it. Qin Mu took out a piece of paper and was about to pass it to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun gently waved his hand and signaled, "There's no need. In that case, we will follow your rules. Whatever you guys say, I won't interfere." "Lord, you won't even look at it?" Qin Mu was astonished. Wasn't Yi Tianyun afraid of being scammed by him? "What's there to look at? As long as you guys are willing to join, there won't be any problems. Besides, what other requests can you guys have? Could it be that you guys dare to scam me?" Yi Tianyun said with a smile. "Even though you guys are from Thief God sect and are called thieves by the outside world, you guys are also thieves with morality. You won't do anything reckless, so I naturally believe you guys." They looked at each other and saw admiration in each other's eyes. Soon after, they half knelt down and said in a clear voice, "We are willing to serve by Lord's side, and are willing to be Lord's hidden hands." "Very good." Yi Tianyun stood up and said with a smile, I will let you guys know that joining me is definitely not a mistake. There will only be light. Chapter 2081. Tianyun felt very satisfied that he could easily incorporate the godly thief sect into his faction. Xiao Chun intended to keep this secret to himself and not let the people of his faction know. This was tantamount to having a hidden trump card that no one else knew about. If necessary, Xiao Chun could even get them to help him find traitors. This was tantamount to a hidden department. This was something that Xiao Chun had always wanted to do. He wanted an independent department, similar to an information department and a law enforcement department. Xiao Chun could not keep an eye on his faction all the time. Hence, he needed an independent law enforcement department to help him investigate and get rid of traitors. At the same time, no one from his faction could join this department. That way, there would always be someone involved. After dealing with everything, all that remained was to deal with the green demon race. In an area not far from here, there was a green demon race force. As he rushed over, he saw many cultivators trapped in this place, and at the same time, they were all covered in flowers of darkness. These flowers of darkness could successfully control them and turn them into puppets of the green devil race. They destroyed the transportation formation. That way, they would have extra time to do this. If the transportation formation was destroyed and they could not return, it would be tantamount to an accident. Even if they returned after a long time, it would not raise any suspicions. Otherwise, if they were captured for some time, the faction there would definitely become suspicious. After all, something must have happened if they did not return for a long time. After a series of interrogations, they would definitely be suspected or investigated. The best method was to destroy the transportation formation. That way, they would have enough time to come over. They would not be suspected even if they returned. After all, it was all a problem with the transportation formation. Many of the captured cultivators are cultivators of Scarlet Moonstar. The green demon race is really bold. They even dare to mess around with Scarlet Moonstar. Tianyun looked at the group of cultivators who were caught. Many of them were star masters, but there were very few star monarchs. The green demon race also had relatively few star venerates. Naturally, it was impossible to capture many star venerates. From this, it was clear that they wanted to expand the green demon race's faction to Scarlet Moonstar. Dark flowers covered the bodies of the group of cultivators. All of them showed pained expressions as they glared at the green demon race with angry gazes. "You bastards, kill me if you can. You will die a horrible death. Someone will eventually find you and take revenge for us. Your race is indeed the most disgusting. I hope you will never reincarnate." They all used the most vicious curses to curse the green devil race. Never reincarnate? What a joke. Don't worry, you'll go down earlier than us. We'll make good use of your bodies and create even more trouble. The green demons laughed sinisterly, looking very disgusting. Xiao Chun, the green demon, Chun said, Xiao Chun, and Xiao Chun said. His companions quickly strengthened the effects of the darkness flower, and the effects immediately increased. The black tendrils that had pierced into their bodies began to strengthen, and the pain caused their faces to turn pale. Xiao said. Chun, Xiao Chun, Xiao Tian, Chun, Xiao, he said. Venerate, I Chun Tian Long, he said. Xiao death. Tian Xiao Chun Tu. There were still people who endured the pain and screamed miserably. They would rather die than submit. You can still talk. Continue to strengthen the effect. The green demon race indicated that he wanted to strengthen the effect again. Right at this moment, a figure floated over gently. With a single slap, this group of green devil race beings was slapped to death. A bunch of trash, truly disgusting. Tianyan shook his head, feeling disgusted at the sight of the green demon race. When they saw Tianyan, they were overjoyed. One of them even shouted, "We're saved. Just say that someone will avenge us." As they screamed, they coughed up blood. The pain in their bodies seemed to diminish along with this pleasant surprise. Tianyan glanced at them and continued to kill the green devil race. Naturally, the group of green devils could not resist Tianyan's ferocious attacks. He swept through them and easily killed them, including the green devil star sovereigns. Even until their deaths, they did not expect that someone would really come to rescue them. They remembered that they were in a relatively hidden place, and it was difficult for anyone to find them. Little did they know that Tianyan knew where they were hiding from the green devil star sovereign's memories. Naturally, he could find them easily. After getting rid of them, Tianyan let out a sigh of relief. Finally, these flies are gone. How disgusting. Then, he turned his gaze to the captured cultivators. Their eyes were filled with joy. "Sir, thank you so much. This way we can die in peace. Sir, please free us." They all revealed carefree smiles. Even if they were to die, they would accept it. At least they could see the green devil race being killed before they died. As long as they were not controlled, it was a blessing for them. Free? Tianyan shook his head and looked at them with a smile. "There's no need to despair. I can help you solve it." Then Tianyan cleared the flowers of darkness on their bodies. It was as if he was pulling out weeds. It was not difficult at all. Seeing the flowers of darkness on their bodies being removed, they felt that it was unbelievable. They did not expect that the flowers of darkness, which were so vicious in the outside world, would be removed so easily. None of them had recovered from their shock. They were all dumbfounded by this scene. Like the godly thief sect, they were all dumbfounded by this situation. They had thought of many ways to free themselves, but they had never thought that Tianyan would be able to save them. Tianyan is used to their expressions, so he's not surprised at all. We are saved." They looked at their bodies and twisted their bodies. They found that they were so flexible and could control their bodies. They could not believe it. After a while, they believed that they were saved. "Sir, thank you for saving us." They knelt down and shed tears of gratitude. Tianyan nodded. He had originally come to destroy the green devil race. Saving them was just a side job. Ding. Successfully saved a group of cultivators. You have received 300 good deeds. Saving them would naturally earn him good deed points, just like killing the green demon race would earn him kill points. Chapter 2082. After this group of cultivators was rescued, they were all very grateful to Tianyan. They even gave Tianyan their rewards. However, Tianyan did not accept them. After all, it was just a matter of convenience. Furthermore, their cultivations were low, so the rewards they gave were just average. Hence, it did not matter. Hence, Tianyan did not accept their rewards. This made them even more grateful. He saved them without asking for any rewards. However, they all patted their chests and said that when Tianyan came to Scarlet Moon Planet, he would contact them if he needed their help. Among them, a star venerate promised Tianyan that if he came to find him, they would definitely help him. Tianyan naturally accepted their kindness. Although he was going to Scarlet Moon Planet to simply look for Celestial Ring's great star venerates, he might really need their help if he went to Scarlet Moon Planet in the future. After all, they had been there for a long time, so they would definitely be more familiar with the place than Xiao Chun. This was especially so for star venerates. Xiao Chun still needed such favors. Xiao Chun looked at the many medallions in his hands. These were all favors and lifesavers. As long as Xiao Chun did not send them to their deaths, they would immediately rush over to help. It's really bad for my cultivation if my obsession is not clear. Tianyun thought of the group of people begging him to repay them, and he found it funny. This life-saving favor would always be stuck in their minds. If not for Tianyun, they would have died long ago, especially when they were controlled as puppets. That would be the most pitiful existence. Hence, Tianyun, saving them was equivalent to solving many problems. This favor was very heavy. Even if they were not parents, they were existences that surpassed parents. Under such circumstances, they had to repay him. Otherwise, they would not feel at ease. This kind of cultivator was not rare. In fact, it was very common. If they did not repay him, it would be bad for their cultivation. Tianyun was put aside for now. He would think about it later. After returning to the 6th origin domain, they continued to repair the teleportation formation. The rate of repair had increased significantly, but it would still take some time before the teleportation formation could be completely repaired. My lord, there is still some time before the teleportation formation can be completely repaired. Why don't I arrange an elegant courtyard for you to rest first? At this time, a figure floated beside Tianyun and transmitted his voice to him. He was one of the thief god's disciples. When he saw Tianyun, he immediately came to greet him. There's no need. It's too slow. Who knows how long it'll take for them to repair it? Tianyun lifted his foot and walked towards the teleportation array. Just as he approached, the guard immediately glared at him and said, "What do you want?" A lot of people had been added to the teleportation formation, and it was tightly surrounded. Actually, this was meaningless. It wasn't like there weren't any guards before. Didn't they still get tricked? In particular, the cultivation of these guards was ordinary. Although they were Star Grandmaster, they could easily break through the Star Monarch of the Thief God sect. I don't want to do anything. I just feel that you are repairing the teleportation formation too slowly, so I want to come and help you repair it. Tianyun said straightforwardly. He did not want to wait for so long. If not for the matter with the Thief God sect, he really would have helped to repair the teleportation formation. Just you. At this time, a young man came out of the teleportation formation. He was dressed in white and holding a star rune pen. He must be one of the cultivators here. What's with your tone? How dare you talk to us? The thief god's disciple next to Tianyun was angry. When he wanted to say a few words, he was stopped by Tianyun, who signaled him not to speak. Leave this place to me. You guys do what you need to do. When I need you, come and help me. Tianyun understood their good intentions. However, he did not need to do this now. It would make him more conspicuous. Understood. The thief god's disciple nodded. He glared at him and left. Oh, you have a helper. You are really arrogant. Come and help us repair the teleportation formation. Run Jian looked at Tianyun disdainfully and said, "We are the best star rune masters in the entire desolate dragon star. We are all from the Star Pavilion. I don't know where you are from, but you dare to come and help us?" The Star Pavilion was famous in the desolate dragon star. They had many star rune masters. Among them, there were many high-level star rune masters. It was a famous existence in the desolate dragon star. What Ren Jian said wasn't an exaggeration. If the Heavenly Star Pavilion's attainments in the field of star inscriptions weren't strong, then no one could compare to them. Perhaps only the Scarlet Moon planet could surpass the Heavenly Star Pavilion. Tianyun smiled faintly and said, "The Star Pavilion's level is not bad in the desolate dragon star. However, there is always someone better than you. They are much stronger than the Star Pavilion. As for me, I come from an ordinary force. I just want to go to the Red Moon star as soon as possible." Your teleportation formation is too slow. That's why I came to help. Otherwise, I would be too lazy to come and help. Very good. You are the first person who dares to say such words in front of the Star Pavilion. Rin Jian's eyes turned cold. His anger rose. Very well. Come and show us what it means to have someone better than you. As a disciple of the Star Pavilion, he was also a third-grade Star Rune Master. He was one of the best among the younger generation. How could he tolerate someone questioning the Star Pavilion? In his opinion, the Star Pavilion was the absolute king here. Naturally, he would not accept any questioning. Rin Jian, what's wrong? At this time, an old man walked over. It was noisy here, which attracted his attention. Master, he thinks that the Star Pavilion's level is not good enough. He thinks that we are too slow in repairing the teleportation formation. Ren Jian turned his head respectfully and said to his master, Therefore, I want him to come up and give it a try. I want to see if he is really better than us and not just talking big. Nonsense. Ku Rong's face turned cold. He shouted, The teleportation formation cannot be careless. How can you try it randomly? If you repair it carelessly, the entire teleportation formation will be scrapped. Master is right. Rin Jian panicked. He had almost forgotten about this matter. He was completely enraged by Yi Tianyun. Go wherever you want to go. Don't come and bother us again. Our repair speed is not something you can question. Ku Rong swung his hand and said coldly, Our Star Pavilion might not be the best in this world, but at least we are better than you. Chapter 2083. Yi Tianyun had heard that the Starry Sky Pavilion was very arrogant and thought that no one on planet Desolate Dragon could surpass them in star patterns. Now, it seemed that it was true. They were too arrogant and would not accept any rebuttal. Whether they accepted the rebuttal or not did not have much to do with him. But whether he could go to planet Red Moon in advance was a very serious matter. He did not want to wait here for a few more years. According to the current speed, it would take at least a few years. For cultivators, a few years was indeed a blink of an eye, just a little meditation, and a few years would pass. But Yi Tianyun did not want to wait that long. He could go there quickly, so why wait for a few more years? This was undoubtedly a waste for him. You can say that you don't want outsiders to interfere with the teleportation formation to prevent it from being damaged. But now you say that the Starry Sky Pavilion is invincible. Do you think that no one on planet Desolate Dragon can surpass you? Yi Tianyun shook his head. So what? At least the 6th origin region has come to us for the repair of the teleportation formation. Ren Jian waved his hand and said impatiently, Don't be so long-winded here. If you have the ability, go find the 6th origin Star Lord of the 6th origin region and ask him to hand the repair work to you. Otherwise, go wherever you want to go. This is not going well at all. Rin Jian waved his hand and signaled for Yi Tianyun to leave quickly and not cause trouble here. If it were not for so many people watching, they would have attacked long ago. 6th origin Star Lord, Yi Tianyun was deep in thought. Faced with this situation, he could force it, but there was no need. While he was thinking about whether he should go find the 6th origin Star Lord, a noisy voice came from ahead. Lord 6th origin Star Lord is here. Accompanied by a cheer, the 6th origin Star Lord walked out of the crowd with a serious expression. As soon as he arrived, Ren Jian and the others immediately stopped what they were doing and ran over. They said respectfully, Lord 6th origin Star Lord, are you here to check on the progress of the teleportation formation? Yes, the repair work of the teleportation formation must continue to speed up. The situation is not good now. The 6th origin Star Lords did not look too good. The teleportation array was their lifeline. It was related to the prosperity of the 6th origin region. They definitely did not want anything to go wrong. That's for sure. We're already working as fast as we can. It won't be long before it's completely repaired. Ku Rong nodded and bowed. He was still very respectful to the Six Origins Star Lord, not daring to show any arrogance. Yes, the faster, the better. There are too many cultivators gathered here. If this continues, it will definitely incur the displeasure of many cultivators. Six Origins Star-Lord nodded. Lord Six Origins Star-Lord, will definitely do well. Before Ku Rong could finish speaking, Six Origins Star-Lord's eyes narrowed, as if he had seen something frightening. He hurriedly walked past Ku Rong and appeared in front of Yi Tianyun. This action immediately attracted everyone's attention. Why did Six Origins Celestial Lord suddenly appear in front of Yi Tianyun? It's that guy. Ku Rong was irritated. He thought Yi Tianyun must have done something to attract Six Origins Star-Lord's attention. I'll teach this guy a lesson. Let's see if he dares to cause trouble here again. When he was about to go over, Six Origins Star-Lord bowed deeply and said, "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Cloud, Star Venerable." The extent of his bow was even greater than Ku Rong's previous bow. He was extremely respectful, which shocked the surrounding cultivators. What did he mean? Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable. Ku Rong, who had walked over, felt his legs go weak. He collapsed on the ground. Even Ren Jian was scared out of his wits. The person he had driven away turned out to be a Star Venerable. Star Venerables were the overlords here, who dared to provoke them. But they had provoked them, and they had not driven him away just once or twice. They had almost attacked him. "Oh, you've seen me?" Seeing Six Origin Star Lord so respectful, Yi Tianyun found it strange. He was sure he had never seen Six Origin Star Lord before. "Yes, but I saw him on the record roulette. Lord Heavenly Cloud's heroic fight is still vivid in my mind. Six Origin Star, Lord flattered Ren Jian." "Oh, it turns out you saw him on the record roulette. No wonder," Yi Tianyun said calmly, "but this teleportation formation hasn't been repaired yet. It's taking a long time to repair it." "Your Excellency, it's already repaired very quickly. I asked the Starry Sky Pavilion to help repair it. I still need some time before I can clear it. Please forgive me." Six Origin Star, Lord nodded and bowed. The other cultivators had never seen such an expression. Maybe it was only when he saw a strong person that he could have such an attitude. When the other cultivators saw Yi Tianyun, they also muttered to themselves, "Wasn't Heavenly Cloud, Star Venerable, driven away by the Starry Sky Pavilion? That's true. Just now, Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable said he wanted to help repair the teleportation formation, but it seems he was driven away by the Starry Sky Pavilion. After a few words, how could Six Origin Star Lord not hear what was being said around him? His eyes suddenly turned cold as he turned to look at Ku Rong and the others whose legs had turned to jelly. "You drove Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable away?" Six Origin Star Lord's eyes were filled with anger. He had seen how powerful Yi Tianyun was, so he did not dare provoke him. He did not expect to be offended by the Starry Sky Pavilion. Did this not spoil his plans? A great man does not hold grudges against a lowly man. We were blind. Please forgive us, Your Excellency. Ku Rong and the others came to Yi Tianyun and knelt on the ground. They no longer had the imposing manner they had before. Instead, they looked like stray dogs. "That's right, Your Excellency. We just didn't want outsiders to touch the teleportation formation to avoid delaying the progress." They were all crying and complaining as if they were really seriously repairing the teleportation array. "Oh, why is it different from what I heard just now?" Yi Tianyun's expression was indifferent. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. I heard it just now. Did you think that I was overestimating myself and was not qualified to repair the teleportation formation? Is that true? Six Origin Star-Lord's heart turned cold. He had heard that Eteonion was extremely ferocious. If he got angry, he could flatten an entire force. He had a share in the Starry Sky Pavilion. If the Starry Sky Pavilion was flattened, it would be a great loss. Kurong and the others were on the verge of tears. They had indeed said it. How could they dare to deny it? Be *starred. Six Origin Star-Lord was furious. He reached out and slapped them, sending them flying. They did not die, but their faces were slapped high in the air. Your Excellency, I'm very sorry. This is my responsibility. I hope you can forgive them. Six Origin Star-Lord's move was equivalent to saving them. After all, he had already punished them. There was no need for Eteonion to do anything. Chapter 2084. Eteonion would not argue with them. They were just a bunch of snobs. Even if they wanted to argue with them, Six Origin Celestial Lord had taught them a lesson, so he would not intervene. His action of protecting his subordinates made him feel that Six Origin Celestial Lord was quite protective. After all, Renjian and Kurong were both grade 3-star tattoo masters, which was quite good. If they were killed, it would be a great loss. In this case, it would be better for him to punish them directly, which could save their lives. Your Excellency, you are broad-minded. I apologize. Six Origin Celestial Lord apologized repeatedly. He had gone to a lot of trouble for his subordinates. However, the Heavenly Star Pavilion was utterly humiliated. They had unexpectedly driven away a Star Venerable. Their foresight was really bad. This would definitely become a joke, and then it would be widely spread among many cultivators. Kurong and the others could only suffer in silence. They could not complain. They could not gossip behind their backs. If Eteonion found out, they would be doomed. I want to speed up the repair of the teleportation formation. I want to go to the Red Moon planet as soon as possible. Eteonion changed the topic. He did not want to waste any more time. That's for sure. I've already told them to repair the teleportation formation with all their might. They can't neglect it. Six Origin Celestial Lord said, seriously. No, it's still too slow, Eteonion said, shaking his head. It's not fast, but they are the fastest here. I hope you can wait a little longer, Six Origin Celestial Lord said. Let me help you repair it. Eteonion said calmly. Oh, Your Excellency, do you have any good star tattoo masters to recommend? Six Origin Celestial Lord was immediately interested. It was certainly worth being happy to have a better star tattoo master. I'll help you repair it. Do I need to emphasize it a few more times? Eteonion looked at him and said again, Your Excellency, you'll repair it? Six Origin Celestial Lord was surprised. Generally speaking, experts like them rarely had other professions. This was especially true for those with higher cultivations. They would focus more on cultivation instead of cultivating one more profession. Among the 10-star lords here, 8 specialized in cultivation, while the other 2 cultivated other professions. The result was obvious. The other 2-star lords who cultivated other professions were generally not as strong as the other star lords. However, in terms of ability, they must be star lords who cultivated other professions. But this world was too impetuous. They should focus on improving their cultivation. First of all, of star lords. The stronger they were, the more likely they would not cultivate other professions. It would be a good choice to cultivate other professions after his cultivation was strong enough. After all, no matter how high the level of an astral rune master was, it still couldn't compare to the palm strike of a powerful cultivator. Thus, most of them would increase their cultivation first, and it wouldn't be too late to cultivate other professions later on. Tianyun was a star venerable, and in the eyes of the 6 origin star lords, it was impossible for him to cultivate other professions at the same time. Generally, Tianyun was a star venerable. 6 origin celestial lord, Tianyun was a star venerable. In his opinion, it was impossible for him to cultivate other professions. Generally, he could only reach this level by focusing on his cultivation. Yes, I'll repair it. Is there a problem? Tianyun looked at him and said, It's not a big problem to let you repair it. How high is your celestial master level? 6 origin, celestial lord asked. Level 3, celestial master, Tianyun said. Level 3, celestial master. 6 origin, celestial lord nodded. It's suitable for repairing this teleportation formation. You can repair it. 6 origin, celestial lord felt it was meaningless. He had thought that Tianyun would be a high-level celestial master, but he was only a level 3. Rin Jian and Ku Rong, who were next to him, were full of resentment. When they heard Tianyun say that he was a level 3 celestial master, they even mocked him. They had thought that Tianyun was a high-level celestial master, but in the end, he was just a level 3 celestial master. This was like bragging about how strong he was in front of everyone for a long time, but in the end, it was as if he was a star apostle. What was the point of this? How could he improve his speed? The speed he should have was not the same. Could it be that if he repaired it, he would be able to fly? However, they could only think about it in their hearts and did not dare to say it out loud. They only looked at Tianyun with disdain. They had seen many people who boasted, but this was the first time they had seen someone with such a high level of cultivation. Tianyun ignored the gazes around him and ordered in his heart, upgrade to level 3 celestial master. Ding! Star energy deducted successfully. You have been promoted to level 3 celestial master. Although he had spent a lot of star energy to easily upgrade to level 3 celestial master, compared to the star energy he had earned now, it was only a small part. After the upgrade was successful, he went to the teleportation formation area. With a quick glance, he had a panoramic view of the state of repair. So that's how it is. Tianyun began to repair the formation. After circling around, he chose a spot and prepared to repair it. Below the stage, many cultivators and people from the Heavenly Star Pavilion looked at Tianyun. Almost all of them wanted to see Tianyun make a fool of himself. They were not afraid of failure, but they wanted to see how fast he was. Previously, they had said that the Heavenly Star Pavilion's repair was too slow. Now that it was his turn to repair it, how fast could he be? No matter how fast he was only a level 3 celestial master. Lend me in Star Rune Pen. Tianyun stretched out his hand and gestured. The celestial master beside him was stunned at first, but then he hurriedly handed over an Star Rune Pen. Tianyun could repair star runes with his bare hands, but with the help of an Star Rune Pen, the speed of the repair would be better. All of you can leave. Leave this place to me. Tianyun gestured for the rest of the celestial masters to leave. You are going to repair the teleportation formation alone. They were all dumbfounded. They had thought that Tianyun would simply participate in the repair. They did not expect that he would repair the whole teleportation formation alone. Yes. Is there a problem? Tianyun looked at them calmly. No problem. It was not that there was no problem, but they were afraid of Tianyun's cultivation. That was why they had no choice but to say something against their will. Then they all left. Only Tianyun remained in the teleportation formation, and he looked very conspicuous. The other cultivators were speechless. Even if he was a star venerable, he did not have to show off like this, did he? If he showed off too much, he would be humiliating himself. A star venerable is really a star venerable. He is so domineering. Are you just going to watch him repair it slowly? It could have been repaired in a few years, but now it looks like it will take decades. Chapter 2085. They were all waiting to see Eteonyon make a fool of himself. Some of them even took out their record roulette to record this scene. It was quite funny to see a star venerable repairing the teleportation formation bit by bit, especially if he tried to be brave and reserved the entire teleportation formation. It would be a joke. Although some of them didn't like the Starry Sky Pavilion, Eteonyon's behavior was even more ridiculous. Therefore, even those who didn't like the Starry Sky Pavilion now turned their attention to Eteonyon. The Six Origins star Lord shook his head. If Eteonyon's cultivation hadn't been higher than his, he would have driven him away. If this wasn't fooling around, then what was? It was really a waste of everyone's time. But Yixian's cultivation was so high that no one dared to stop him. If they made him unhappy, he could slap them directly. They wouldn't be able to resist it. Now, he could only stand aside and watch. Even if Eteonyon repaired it for dozens of years, he would have to accept it. Even the practitioners nearby had to endure it, let alone the Six Origin Star Lord. No matter how urgent the situation on the Red Moon planet was, they could only watch from here. They all thought Eteonyon would repair it slowly and make a fool of himself. All of a sudden, Eteonyon made a move. He spun the star pattern pen in his hand and pointed it hard. Then he activated the crazy mode and broke out a super speed of 25 times. Swish, swish, swish. His amazing repair speed was displayed immediately. This speed was not as simple as that of 25 level 3 star tattoo masters. It was a superimposed speed. He repaired a place almost in a short while. The onlookers were dumbfounded by this speed. They had expected to see Eteonyon make a fool of himself, but now they were dumbfounded. The record roulette in their hands wasn't recording Eteonyon's embarrassing situation, but Eteonyon's amazing star pattern ability. His amazing speed allowed him to sweep through everything in his way. In just a short while, a small part of the area had been completely repaired by him. He was on a completely different level from the Starry Sky Pavilion's astral inscriptionists. This speed of 25 times was really much faster than before. It was also not something that could be brought about by 25 star inscriptionists. Originally, there were only a few areas where the teleportation array was being repaired. Even if they had more rank 3-star inscriptionists, they would only need 3 or 4 of them. The rest could only watch from the sidelines. There were too many people, so it would take a long time to complete the repairs. But now, the effect that Eteonyon brought was completely different. He madly repaired it, and in the blink of an eye, a portion of it had been repaired. Based on the current situation, it wouldn't take long for it to be completely repaired. Heavens, what kind of speed is this? Is he really a rank 3-star inscription master? I've seen many grade 3-star inscriptionists, but I've never seen a single one who possesses such frightening speed. How could he be at the level of a level 3 astral rune master? I'm afraid he's at the level of a level 4 or 5 astral rune master, right? Otherwise, how could he be so fast? Compared to the heavenly cloud star Venerate, the star inscription master from the heavenly star pavilion is like a snail. You're right. You call the Starry Sky Pavilion fast. You even told me that the repair is fast. This is what you call fast. After they came to their senses, they were completely shocked. How could they not be stunned by such an amazing speed? Rin Jian didn't know what to say. Like the others, he was stunned at first, and then his face turned red. This was a slap in the face, and it was a very hard slap. He didn't need the help of others, let alone make a fool of himself. This was a one-sided crushing of them. This kind of crushing made them feel ashamed. They thought that Tianyan was bragging, and that even a rank 3-star inscription master could still crush them. But the problem was this really the level of a rank 3-star inscription master? Even if it was not the level of a rank 3-star inscription master, but the level of a rank 4 or 5-star inscription master, it was still an incredible existence for them. This is really unexpected. 6 Origin Star-Lord shook his head and smiled bitterly. Like the others, he thought that Tianyan was showing off and embarrassing himself. Now, it seemed that he was still too inexperienced. Incredible, really incredible. Not only does he have an extremely strong cultivation, but he also has such amazing ability as a star inscription master. How could he not be stunned by the combination of the two? The cultivators around began to talk about it. Most of them said that the Starry Sky Pavilion was too slow, and they even mocked the Starry Sky Pavilion for being blind. They even mocked Tianyan for not being qualified to go in and repair it. Now, it seemed that who was not qualified to repair it? This made them feel very embarrassed, and they wanted to dig a hole and bury themselves. Putting aside the identity of Heavenly Cloud Star Venerate for now, with this skill of his, do you think you can stop him from going in and repairing it? 6 Origin, Star-Lord looked at them coldly. Even if it was not Tianyan who came to repair it, with this level of skill, they had to let him do it no matter what. 6 Origin Star-Lord, the faster the repair, the better. If it were not for Tianyan's toughness, they would have really lost a lot of repair talents. Aren't we afraid that he is here to cause trouble? Ku Rong looked embarrassed. Who would have thought that Tianyan would be so fierce? I don't know if he is here to cause trouble. Don't you know how to set up a test? We almost lost such a powerful helper. 6 Origin, Star-Lord scolded him fiercely. Most of all, Tianyan did not continue to pursue the matter. If he did not soften up, he would have suffered a great loss. Ku Rong and the others lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Tianyan. They could only tacitly agree. Who asked them to make a mistake? Forget it. Think about it carefully. If you continue to cause trouble, even I can't protect you. 6 Origin Star-Lord waved his hand and walked to the side, waiting for Tianyan to repair the teleportation formation. He did not dare to walk around. He could only stay at the side and observe the situation. Tianyan did not care about the gazes around him. He continued to focus on repairing the teleportation formation. After frantically repairing it, it was soon half repaired. This made many cultivators very happy. It seemed that they would be able to go back soon and would not have to wait for so long. It's almost repaired. We can finally return to Red Moon Planet. They were all very excited when they saw the progress of Tianyan's repair. With the passage of time, in less than half a month, the entire teleportation array was completely repaired. It had to be said that Tianyan's astonishing speed had pushed forward time by several years. It was really amazing. This kind of speed really made them want to continue watching. This feeling was simply a kind of enjoyment. Chapter 2086. Tianyan still felt that this speed was too slow. If the people around him knew about this, they would be scared to death. Especially the Starry Sky Pavilion. Wouldn't they be ashamed? This speed might not be invincible, but it was at least comparable to a level 4 or 5 Astral Rune Master. If he was really a level 3 Astral Rune Master, what would happen when Tianyan broke through to a level 4 Astral Rune Master in the future? For Tianyan, the reason why it was slow was because he had experienced faster speed before. Previously, when Crazy Mode could increase his speed by 128 times, it was terrifying. Unfortunately, the effect of crazy mode was greatly reduced when he came to this world. This made him feel very dissatisfied, but he had no choice but to accept his fate. The mechanism of this crazy mode has changed. It seems that it will be quite difficult to improve it. He thought that he could keep improving it, but now he realized that he was too naive. Things that were too heaven-defying would always be limited. However, he was still quite satisfied. After all, it was good enough that he could improve it. After the repair, the entire teleportation array buzzed, indicating that the teleportation array was completely repaired and they could head to Scarlet Moon Planet. Too fast, really too fast. In just half a month, the teleportation array was repaired. Now, we can return to Scarlet Moon Planet. Many cultivators were overjoyed and looked at Yi Tianyun gratefully. If it weren't for Yi Tianyun, they would have to stay here for a while longer. Although it was not a long time, no one wanted to stay here any longer. After the repair, Yi Tianyun came down from the teleportation array. He looked at 6 Origin Star-Lord and said, "6 Origin Star-Lord, I have repaired the teleportation array. In the future, you have to send more people to guard it to prevent it from being damaged again." Of course. 6 Origin Star-Lord was extremely grateful. "Then, Lord, are you going to Scarlet Moon Planet now? Why don't you stay here for a while, so that I can be a good host?" "No need. I'm here to go to Scarlet Moon Planet. We can talk about it in the future when I have time." Yi Tianyun looked at the teleportation array and said, "Do I need to pay for using this teleportation array?" "My lord, what are you talking about? There's no need to accept it. From now on, you can use the teleportation array free of charge. You can also bring others with you. There are no restrictions." 6 Origin, Celestial Lord said with a smile, rubbing his palms. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not say such a thing. However, in front of Yi Tianyun, in addition to the fact that he had helped to repair the teleportation formation, he naturally allowed this special privilege. If it was given to someone else, they would definitely die of heartache. Every teleportation consumed a large amount of energy. It was not that they were too greedy, but the teleportation consumed a large amount of energy, and the price was not low. "All right, thank you, 6 Origin Star-Lord." Yi Tianyun nodded. He did not ask for anything in return. All he wanted was to use the teleportation array. "Don't mention it. You deserve it." "Oh, right, there's also this treasure. It's a reward for you." The 6 Origins, Star-Lord waved his hand, and a pearl appeared in his hand. He said respectfully, "My lord, this is the Water Jade Pearl. When worn, it can block water-attributed attacks and greatly increase one's cultivation speed. Although it is not a galaxy-grade treasure, it is considered top-notch among celestial sector-grade treasures." The 6 Origins, Star-Lord would not take out a galaxy-grade treasure. He had pitifully few galaxy-grade treasures. Even if he wanted to curry favor with Yi Tianyun, he could not afford to spend so much. Overall, this Water Jade Pearl was quite good. Yi Tianyun accepted it without hesitation. He could give it to others in the future, but there was no need for him to use it. It was too low a level. Thank you." After Yi Tianyun took it, he turned around and walked towards the teleportation array. Soon, as the first teleportation array to be repaired, he disappeared before everyone's eyes. As for the Starry Sky Pavilion Astral Rune Masters, they did not care at all. They did not even look at them. In the first place, Yi Tianyun did not regard them as opponents. They were not even qualified to be his opponents. Naturally, he could not be bothered to look at them. The Starry Sky Pavilion Astral Rune Masters breathed a sigh of relief. It was best that they did not receive any attention. However, their gazes were focused on Ku Rong and the others. If the Starry Sky Pavilion was destroyed, it would definitely be their fault. As for what happened next, Yi Tianyun did not care. With a flash of light, he arrived at Blue Fan U of the Scarlet Moon Star. Blue Fan U was the same as the Six Origins domain. It was a teleportation array. They did not build it themselves. They did not have the ability to do so. The teleportation array could be repaired by a Grade 3 Astral Rune Master. However, a Grade 3 Astral Rune Master could not draw it. In order to draw the teleportation array, one needed to be at least a Grade 5 Astral Rune Master. Repairing was repairing, and drawing was drawing. The two were different concepts. Hey, the teleportation array was repaired so quickly. When the guards saw Etianyan come out, they were surprised. They definitely knew that the teleportation array had been destroyed. After all, it could not be used. Something must have happened there. Yes, it has been repaired. Etianyan did not say much and disappeared into the crowd. There were also many cultivators waiting for the teleportation array to be repaired so that they could go to the desolate Dragon Star. Needless to say, this teleportation array was very useful for communication. However, there was only one. Once there was a problem, it was equivalent to being cut off. However, it had nothing to do with Etianyan. He just needed to use the teleportation Divine Stone to mark it, and there would be no problem with the teleportation Divine Stone. The teleportation array had nothing to do with him. After leaving this place, he immediately went to the Greater Ring region. The Greater Ring region was quite far from here. However, it was not a problem. He just needed to fly for a while. Yi Qianyun's figure flashed, and he quickly went to the Greater Ring region. With his amazing speed, he passed through several regions and soon arrived at the Greater Ring region. When he arrived at the Greater Ring region, he immediately felt that something was wrong. As soon as he got close, the guards stopped him. "Who are you? What do you want?" The guards blocked in front of Etianyan. They all looked like angry Vajras. Although their cultivation base was not high, they were all at the Star Master level. There were quite a number of guards, and they had basically sealed off all the main paths, leaving no gaps at all. "I want to see the Celestial Ring's Great Star Venerable." Etianyan was straightforward. Although it did not seem right, he still asked, "The Celestial Ring's Great Star Venerable?" The guards' eyes became cold. They immediately pointed their weapons at Etianyan and said coldly, "Catch him." Chapter 2087. Etianyan had just mentioned that he wanted to meet Celestial Ring's Great Star Venerate, yet he was immediately surrounded. Something must have happened. What's going on? What did I do wrong? Etianyan looked at the guards calmly. He would have attacked them long ago if he had known what was going on. Pointing a weapon at a Star Venerable casually was no different from courting death. Take him back. The guards ignored him. They just wanted to capture him, instead of explaining the situation. Then all the guards surrounded him. Some of the Great Star Venerate guards attacked him right away. Their attacks were extremely cunning and ruthless. This was not the way to treat a guest. They wanted to kill him. "Humph!" Etianyan snorted coldly and sent the guards around him flying. They all fell to the ground, heavily injured, unable to move. Late stage, Star Venerate." The guards were stunned, but they did not even have the strength to struggle. No matter what the situation was, even if Celestial Ring's Great Star Venerate had ordered the guards to do this, he would not be polite. Was there such a way to treat a guest? In that case, he could not be blamed for this. After sending them flying, he extended his hand and pulled one of the guards over. Then he grabbed the guard's head and searched his soul. He had not searched his soul immediately because he was being polite. But it was different now. Since the other party's way of treating a guest was so bad, he would not be polite either. After searching his soul, Etianyan tossed the guard aside. Then he took a step forward. An energy wave spread out and turned the guards on the ground into a bloody mist. I see. I didn't expect this to happen. Tianyan narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, no place was safe. The Great Ring Field was occupied by Crazy Moon's Great Star Venerate. Fortunately, Celestial Ring's Great Star Venerate had already escaped. He was not captured or killed. However, the Great Ring Field was occupied by Crazy Moon's Great Star Venerate. According to the guard's memories, Crazy Moon's Great Star Venerate liked Celestial Ring's Great Star Venerate. He wanted to take possession of Celestial Ring's Great Star Venerate, so he attacked. Coincidentally, the Celestial Ring Great Star Venerate was at a crucial moment of cultivation. After interrupting Celestial Link's Great Star Venerate's cultivation, he must have suffered a backlash at the critical moment. Under such circumstances, his power would decline, and he could only choose to flee when facing the Wild Moon Great Star Venerable. He believed that the Celestial Ring's Grand Star Venerate was furious and wanted to take revenge. However, it was difficult for him for the time being. No matter what, he had to wait for his condition to recover before he could come back for revenge. After Celestial Ring's Great Star Venerate went into hiding, Wild Moon's Great Star Venerate would surely search for him. Anyone related to Celestial Link's Great Star Venerate would be captured and interrogated to find out where Celestial Link's Great Star Venerate was hiding. Now, there was a new problem. Originally, he had wanted to ask Celestial Link's Great Star Venerate for help. Now, Celestial Link's Great Star Venerate couldn't even protect himself. Troublesome matters keep coming one after another. However, this happened a long time ago. I wonder how Starlink's Great Star Venerate is doing. Tianyun frowned. This had happened a long time ago, at least several decades ago. Wild Moon Great Star Venerate could be considered to have completely occupied this place. He was frantically searching for any clues. Now, he also wanted to find the whereabouts of Celestial Link's Great Star Venerate. Even if she couldn't help him for the time being, he had to find her and tell her about Tian Yuan. After all, he couldn't deal with the Green Demon Great Star Venerate in Tian Yuan's body for the time being. As for dealing with the Wild Moon Great Star Venerate, it was impossible. The difference in their cultivations was too great. He might only be able to deal with the Wild Moon Great Star Venerate if he increased his cultivation. Femme fatale. It seems like even Great Star Venerates have to be careful. Tianyin shook his head. The Wild Moon Great Star Venerate would probably pursue her for a long time, but it wouldn't work. In the end, he would have to use force. Of course, it was also possible that he wanted something from Celestial Link's Great Star Venerate. Since Celestial Link's Great Star Venerate wouldn't give it to him, he would have to use force. This was just his guess. He would have to find the Celestial Link's Great Star Venerate to know the truth. How can I find the Celestial Link's Great Star Venerate? Tianyin stroked his chin. The Wild Moon Great Star Venerate had searched for a long time, but he still hadn't found the Celestial Link's Great Star Venerate. It would also be very difficult to find him. Then he clapped his hands. His eyes lit up. It seems like I can only use the old way. His body started to emit a faint halo. It wasn't any energy. He was releasing the luck aura. In other words, he was using the luck aura to search. In the end, everything depended on luck. It would be very difficult for him to find the Celestial Link's Great Star Venerate. So, he could only use this unorthodox method to see whether he could find it or not. After using the luck aura, Tianyin flew in a random direction. He didn't fly to the outside of the Great Ring Zone. Instead, he flew inside the Great Ring Zone. It wasn't that he thought the more dangerous a place was, the safer it was. It was just that if he couldn't find it there, it would be difficult to find it outside. The area outside was so shocking. It was almost impossible to find it. So he just went inside, casually. If he couldn't find it, he would have to use other methods. He flew all the way and soon arrived at a city near the edge. After landing, he walked around casually. He had only taken a few steps when someone bumped into him. That person quickly apologized and left. After the other party left, he discovered that a star ring had fallen into his hands. There was definitely nothing good in it. After all, the cultivator who dropped the star ring didn't have a high cultivation. He didn't expect to find anything good in it. Soon, all kinds of strange things happened on his way. For example, he found a star ring on the ground or some treasures. However, they were all ordinary things. They wouldn't be very valuable. This was the effect of great luck. He rarely used it like this. After all, the things he could find were too low level. It would be most effective if he used it in the dangerous areas outside. Oh, Tianyan glanced to the side. A beggar was meditating there. He was different from other beggars. He was just meditating there. His whole body was wrapped in black cloth. His face couldn't be seen. Other beggars were lying on the ground, but this beggar was different. He was meditating there. It was obvious that he was different. Tianyan scanned the beggar. With his appraisal eye, detailed data immediately appeared. Celestial Link's Great Star Venerate. Found it. Chapter 2088. Celestial Ring's Grand Star Venerate disguised herself as a beggar. How could they disguise themselves as beggars under normal circumstances, given their high statuses? However, the fact was right in front of them. Celestial Ring's Grand Star Venerate had disguised herself as a beggar to hide her identity. No one had paid any attention to her while she was recuperating. Who would have thought that the lofty beggars would disguise themselves like this? That was why she could disguise herself easily and evade the many guards' search. They had thought that Celestial Ring's Grand Star Venerate would not disguise herself like this. However, she did. Even though she looked fake, no one came to investigate her. There were so many beggars, but she did not even place a bowl in front of them. How could she not be fake? Which beggar would not place a bowl in front of them? She did not do that. Even though she disguised herself as a beggar, she did not lose her dignity. She kept her dignity. In fact, it was easy to see through her disguise. However, the guards here were stupid. Even Crazy Moon's Grand Star Venerate did not expect that the woman he loved would disguise herself as a beggar. Then Tianyan went to Celestial Ring's Grand Star Venerate. Celestial Ring's Grand Star Venerate sat up straight, as if he was ready to fight. Don't be nervous. Tian, Yuan sent me. This is the token he gave me. Tianyan waved his hand, and the branch Tian Yuan had given him appeared in his hand. Celestial Ring's Grand Star Venerate was taken aback. He quickly stood up and said, "Come with me." Celestial Ring's Grand Star Venerate took Tianyan to a corner. Then he pushed open a door and pulled him in. Then he quickly locked the door. In fact, locking the door or not was meaningless. There was no formation here, so it could not disguise himself at all. The more he tried to disguise himself, the more likely he would be discovered. So, it was better not to disguise himself. Did Tian Yuan send you? Celestial Ring's Grand Star Venerate quickly lifted her black robe and showed a pale face. She had a deep scar on her face, which was too horrible to look at. Even though there was a scar on her face, it could not hide her beautiful face. She was the most beautiful woman Tianyan had ever seen. Even if there were scars, they couldn't hide it. Logically speaking, with her cultivation, she should be able to repair it. However, she was unable to do so. These scars were not simple. They possessed a special energy that continuously corroded her face. It was not that easy to recover from. Not only were there injuries, but even his cultivation had not recovered. He had fallen to the middle stage of Star Venerable realm. It was really miserable. The process of falling from a grand Star Venerable to a middle stage Star Venerable was quite miserable. When she heard Tian Yuyuan's name, her eyes lit up as if there was hope. She did not first ask how Yi Tianyun had found her, but instead asked about Tian Yuyuan's condition. This showed how important Tian Yuyuan was to her. Sky Touring Yuan sent me here. His situation isn't looking good, but yours is even worse. Yi Tianyun shook his head. How could Starlink's great star venerate help in such a state? Not to mention helping, he was not even comparable to him. How is my brother? Tell me quickly. Starlink's great star venerable grabbed Yi Tianyun's arm, not caring about his own condition. Brother? Tian Yuan is your brother? Yi Tianyun asked confusedly. Yes, he is my brother. Didn't he tell you? Starlink's great star venerable said. He didn't tell me. I thought you were his confidant. Yi Tianyun had thought so. After all, he had given Tian Yuyuan a silver ring. Confidant? How is that possible? Starlink's great star venerable shook his head and said, he doesn't admit that I'm his younger sister. It has something to do with our family. He doesn't want to admit that he's a member of our family. Alas, every family had its own difficulties. He finally understood this point. Moreover, they were both great star venerates. That family was really domineering. It had two great star venerates in one family. This was probably just the tip of the iceberg. That family was so big that it was unimaginable. Tian Yuyuan's rejection must mean that he had some conflicts with that family. In other words, the family's principles did not match Tian Yuyuan's. These are their private affairs, and Yi Tianyun doesn't care about the rest of the matter. Okay, that's his general situation. Yi Tianyun took out the record roulette and showed them the general situation. Starlink's great star, Venerable, fell silent after seeing the roulette. His face turned even paler. How could it be? Starlink's great star Venerable shook his head and said, my brother has a strong sense of justice. What does the Green Demon clan have to do with him? Yi Tianyun shook his head when he heard Starlink's great star Venerable. As expected, their principles were different. People with different principles could not make plans together. Tian Yuyuan chose to leave, but he did not act recklessly. That's what he thinks. I'm afraid you can't help him now, Yi Tianyun said, shaking his head. I can't help him, but the family can. But I don't think the family will save him. Starlink's great star, Venerable said with a sigh. If they won't save him, won't anyone save you? Yi Tianyun looked her up and down. Tian Yuyuan didn't want to join the family, but Starlink's great star Venerable might not. Starlink's great star Venerable shook his head and smiled bitterly. I also chose to leave the family. The family abandoned us. You are great star venerables. How could they abandon you? Yi Tianyun was speechless. It would have been fine if star apostles or star masters had been abandoned. But this was a great star venerable. How could she be abandoned? Great star venerables are strong, but for our family, those who don't obey orders will be abandoned. Besides, there are many people like us in our family. Starlink's great star venerable said with a bitter smile. Such a powerful family. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed. He had not expected such a powerful family to have several great star venerables. It was heaven-defying. My family isn't weak, but it seems I can't help you now. Starlink's great star venerable sighed, guilt filling his eyes. By the way, what happened to you? Why did Kuang Yue's great star venerable target you? You were beaten up so badly. Didn't you think about asking for help from the family? Etianyan asked, confused. Kuang Yue's Great Star Venerable was sent by the family. Starlink's Great Star Venerable explained the situation in one sentence. It will take a long time for me to recover completely. It would be good if Kuang Yue's Great Star Venerable didn't catch me. Chapter 2089. Celestial Ring's Grand Star Venerable nodded. He admitted that his family had sent people to capture him. Everything was clear now. He had not expected it to involve a family. Otherwise, no one would provoke a Grand Star Venerate for no reason. So, we can't save Senior Tianyu Yuan? Etianyan frowned and sighed. Or, we can only wait for him to deal with it himself. But it will take some time. It would take a long time. It would take at least a few million years. He did not know how strong he would be by then. He would rather wait for Tianyu Yuan to become a Grand Star Venerable than wait for him to deal with it himself. His current star energy was almost enough for him to break through to the late stage of Star Venerable. However, if he wanted to become a Grand Star Venerable, he had to reach the fourth layer of the Star Dharma aspect. Otherwise, he would not be able to break through. Celestial Ring's Grand Star Venerable had reached the fourth layer of the Star Dharma aspect. Otherwise, he would not be able to break through. The higher the level of the Star Dharma aspect, the easier it was. No matter how difficult it was better than waiting for a few million years. Tianyun had a long lifespan, but he did not want to wait that long. It was too long. That's it for now. I can't recover my cultivation, and my family is targeting me. I can't even protect myself, let alone save my brother. Celestial Ring's Grand Star Venerable sighed. He looked sad. He was obviously very worried about Tianyu Yuan. Why don't I take you to Senior Tianyu Yuan's place? It's better than staying here, right? Tianyun thought for a moment and decided to take her away from here. Maybe it would be safer this way. Staying with Tianyu Yuan was better than hiding here and worrying about being caught by Crazy Moon's Grand Star Venerable. No, my brother must have made up his mind to ask me to help him. If I go there now and can't help him, he will be even more disappointed. He might even drive me away. I finally got this chance, but I wasted it. Celestial Ring's Grand Star Venerable shook his head. Tianyun could understand what she meant. She was worried that he wouldn't be able to help if he went over. This was equivalent to wasting away to ease the tension between them. But staying here is not a good idea. If you are found, can you still escape? Tianyun looked at her and said, You're right. Let's go. Then Starlink's Grand Star Venerate said, nodding, Then we should run to the Wild Dragon Star. It might be safer there, suggested Tianyun. Yes, although it is not as good as the Red Moon planet. Let's go to the desolate dragon planet first. Celestial Ring's Grand Star Venerate said with a nod. Then Tianyun followed her and quietly left Greater Ring region. Originally, Tianyun wanted to use the teleportation god stone to escape with her, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. He did not know the situation of the Celestial Ring Grand Star Venerable. Only God knew what she was thinking. After all, even a Grand Star Venerable would find it difficult to cross so many regions in an instant. This was why he rarely used the teleportation god stone in front of others. Even if he used it, he would only use it when the distance was not too far. If the distance was too far, it would be too strange to use it. If he used it in front of experts, he would undoubtedly expose something. Although he was not afraid of the Celestial Ring Grand Star Venerate, it was always good to be vigilant. Their cultivations were not low. Even though the Celestial Ring Grand Star Venerate's cultivation had decreased, they were still at the intermediate stage of the Star Venerate realm. Their speed was quite shocking. Soon, they reached the periphery of the Greater Ring region. When they were about to sneak over quietly, the celestial ring Grand Star Venerate took a step forward, but he suddenly bounced back as if he had run into an invisible wall. On the other hand, nothing happened to Etionyan. He passed through the wall easily. It's the Grand Star Venerate's rule power. He unexpectedly used this chance to block my escape. The celestial ring Grand Star Venerate's face sank. All Grand Star Venerates could use the verbal compliance law once. But once they used it, they could not use it again unless they got rid of it. Now, the Crazy Moon Grand Star Venerate used it to trap the celestial ring Grand Star Venerate. He might not know whether the celestial ring Grand Star Venerate was here or not, but if he really was here, he would show up as soon as he left this place. This was a brutal ability. It restricted the sky and prevented the Green Demon clan members from sensing the Stardermic body. These were all the might of the verbal compliance law. Now, the Crazy Moon Grand Star Venerate used such a heaven-defying power to trap the Celestial Ring Grand Star Venerate. He was really generous. If the Celestial Ring Grand Star Venerate had really escaped, it would have been a waste. Of course, if he put it away, he could use it again. Etionyan's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he charged over and dragged the Celestial Ring Grand Star Venerate to escape using the teleportation Divine Stone. However, he found he could not use the teleportation Divine Stone. Sure enough, I can't use it when I'm restricted. Etionyan narrowed his eyes. He could use it. After all, he was not restricted. However, the Celestial Ring Grand Star Venerate was different. She was restricted and could not escape using the teleportation Divine Stone. At this moment, a figure appeared in the air. It was Crazy Moon Grand Star Venerate without looking. "Hurry up and leave." The Celestial Ring Grand Star Venerate shouted anxiously, signaling to Etionyan to leave. She could not escape, but Etionyan could. Etionyan was taken aback. He had not expected the Celestial Ring Grand Star Venerate to be so kind as to let him escape first. No one can leave. The Crazy Moon Grand Star Venerate waved his hand. A halo quickly enveloped the area, sealing it tightly. There was no gap. There was no way to escape. Etionyan knew it would be difficult for him to escape. Even if he burst out with his strongest power, he would not be able to resist the power of a Grand Star Venerate. However, he did not panic. He could not resist, but it did not mean he could not escape. Hence, he remained calm. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the Crazy Moon Grand Star Venerate in the air. The Crazy Moon Grand Star Venerate was a handsome youth. He looked like a super genius. Since he had been sent to capture the Celestial Ring Grand Star Venerate, he was surely not weak. His cultivation was not weak. He was in the early stage of the Grand Star Venerate. His cultivation was about the same as the Celestial Ring Grand Star Venerates. However, the Crazy Moon Grand Star Venerate was clearly stronger. Or perhaps he had used some power to sneak attack the Celestial Ring Grand Star Venerate, which was why the Celestial Ring Grand Star Venerate lost. "Come to my side. I will protect you." The Celestial Ring Grand Star Venerate dragged Etionyan to his side and shielded him. Chapter 2090. Etionyan and Celestial Ring's Great Star Venerate were besieged. Celestial Ring's Great Star Venerate was nervous, but Etionyan was not nervous. He had many ways to escape. The most classic way was to fake his death. It looked like he had been killed, but he could come back to life after a while. By the time Wild Moon Great Star Venerate reacted, he would have already escaped. As for Celestial Ring's Great Star Venerate, he could not save her for the time being. After all, Celestial Ring's Great Star Venerate was restricted and could not escape from the rules. Unless her cultivation recovered, she could not break through the rules. Those with a low cultivation would be restricted by the rules. Those with a similar cultivation or higher cultivation would be restricted by the verbal compliance law. Thus, for cultivators with a low cultivation, this was a heaven-defying ability that could restrict everything. However, for those with a similar cultivation, there were very few restrictions. However, it looked like he did not need to do so for the time being. Heavenly Star Ring, you are really hiding here. I thought you had escaped long ago. It seems that my verbal compliance law was not wasted. Wild Moon Great Star Venerate landed and shouted her real name. It's been decades. You are really good at hiding. Come back with me. If you continue like this, don't blame me for being impolite. Tian Kuan-Yue, can't you just let me go? For old time's sake, let me go. After all, I took care of you back then, Heavenly Star Ring said, as she stared at him. No, the elders sent me to capture you, which means the time limit is up. You have caused enough trouble outside. It's time to go back. Don't stay outside. It won't help your future. You have been a great Star Venerate for so many years, but you have not made any progress. This is the difference between you and the outside world. Wild Moon Great Star Venerate shook his head, sounding disappointed. Maybe he had admired her before, but he was disappointed now. I don't want to stay in the family. I will go crazy if I stay there. Even if I don't make any breakthroughs outside, I don't want to go back. Heavenly Star Ring shook her head. Tian Kuan-Yue, don't say anything. Just pretend you never found me. Heavenly Star Ring, you are overthinking. I will never let you go. I will correct your mistake. Everything is your fault, not the family's fault. The family's objective is correct, but your way of thinking is wrong. Tian Kuan-Yue said in a stern voice. Tian Xing, Huan shook his head. It seemed like there was no point in trying to persuade him. Tian Kuan-Yue's way of thinking was already deeply ingrained, and it wasn't something she could control. Looks like I can't change your mind. Tian Xing, Huan looked at him and said, Then I won't ask you to do anything now. I'm willing to go back with you, but please let him go. He has nothing to do with us. What is his relationship with you? Why are you protecting him like this? Tian Kuan-Yue sized up Yi Tianyan with a sharp gaze. Before, he didn't even bother to look at Yi Tianyan, but now that his attention had shifted to him, he began to size him up. Nothing much, just a friend. This matter had nothing to do with him, so he could at least be let go, right? As long as you let him go, I'll go back with you, Tian Xing Huan said. What a joke. Do you think you can escape if I don't let him go? Tian Kuan-Yue sneered. If you really put your life on the line, even if you can still catch me, you'll have to pay a certain price. Why don't you try? Tian Xing Huan's tone was cold, and her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness. Tian Kuan-Yue was startled. He really couldn't deny this point. Tian Xing Huan didn't put her life on the line because they were from the same clan. If she was forced into a corner, she might really put her life on the line. Even if he could catch her, he would have to pay a certain price. His mission here was to bring Tian Xing Huan back, not to kill her, and certainly not to kill unrelated people. Unless someone intercepted him and brought Tian Xing Huan back, he was too lazy to do anything. All right, then let him go. Speaking of which, I still have to thank him. It seems like he wants to leave with you. If he didn't leave with you, I really wouldn't have found you so quickly. Tian Kuan-Yue smiled, looking at Yi Tianyan's situation. It seemed like he wanted to take Tian Xing Huan away with him. If it wasn't for Yi Tianyan taking her away, they might not have been able to find Tian Xing Huan in such a short time. All right, stop talking nonsense. Open the barrier and let him go. Tian Xing Huan's tone was cold. She had nothing to say to him. All right, I'll open the barrier now. Even if it's opened, you can't escape. Tian Kuan-Yue was very confident that he could catch Tian Xing Huan. As long as he came to her side, she wouldn't be able to escape. Then he waved his hand, and the barrier was removed, leaving the surroundings empty. Tianxing Huan didn't run away, not because she kept her promise, but because she really couldn't escape. If she could escape, she would definitely choose to escape, rather than foolishly staying here and getting caught. Since she had chosen to leave that clan, she definitely didn't want to go back. Go back, I can't help much. If he asks, just say that you can't find me. Tianxing Huan's eyes were dim. She could only choose this answer. After all, since she couldn't help, she might as well pretend that she hadn't found her. Maybe she would still miss her. You mean you can fight on your own? Can you rush out of this barrier that's blocking you? Yi Tianyan quickly transmitted his voice to her. He didn't leave. I can rush out of this barrier, but what's the point? Won't I be caught? Tianxing Huan was puzzled. Their cultivations were too far apart. Under Tian Kuan-Yue's pursuit, there was no way she could escape. Perhaps, in a moment of anger, she would kill Yi Tianyun. That's enough. Later, you can break this barrier and kill your way out. Yi Tianyun said in a deep voice, "What are you guys talking about? If you want to leave, leave quickly. Otherwise, when I regret it, you won't be able to escape." When Tian Kuan-Yue saw that they didn't move, he thought they must be talking about something. Tianxing Huan took a deep look at Yi Tianyun. She didn't reply to Yi Tianyun. The next second, she opened her palm, and a dazzling halo appeared, covering her body instantly. In the blink of an eye, her body turned golden, and a powerful energy gushed out. Almost instantly, she regained the power of a grand star venerable. Maybe this was the energy stored in the treasure, and she could use it when she took it out. After the energy was released, Tianxing Huan grabbed Yi Tianyun and dashed out of the barrier. Dong! The barrier was smashed into pieces, but it didn't pose much of a hindrance. The verbal compliance law was powerful, but it couldn't stop Tianxing Huan, who was using all her power. Chapter 2091. The barrier was easily broken, and Heavenly Star Ring's power rapidly decreased, dropping by half in an instant. It was no wonder that she could only break through the barrier and couldn't escape. With such an explosive power, she could at most exchange a few blows with Tian Kuan-Yue. Of course, she might have other hidden moves, but she certainly wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. It was no wonder that she chose to compromise. Now that she broke through the barrier, her power immediately decreased. Sure enough, you still want to struggle and escape from my hands? That's impossible. Tian Kuan-Yue sneered and quickly stretched out his hand, wanting to continue trapping them. His heart was burning with rage. He was kind enough to remove the barrier so that Yi Tianyun could leave, but he didn't expect that Yi Tianyun would choose to resist. How could he not be angry? At this time, Yi Tianyun dragged Heavenly Star Ring while holding the teleportation godstone in his hand. "Teleport for me." Swish! With a flash, they immediately disappeared from where they were. Tian Kuan-Yue's attack failed to catch Yi Tianyun and Tian Kuan-Yue, but Yi Tianyun's speed was too fast, and he quickly disappeared with Tianxing Ring. What's going on? They disappeared? Tian Kuan-Yue was stunned. He immediately went crazy and quickly looked around, trying to find their figures. But no matter how much he searched or how many millions of miles his spiritual sense extended, it was all meaningless. He couldn't find Yi Tianyun and Heavenly Star Ring at all. They had disappeared without a trace, as if they had disappeared from this world. How could they disappear? They disappeared right under my nose? Tian Kuan-Yue was going crazy. In his heart, he felt that he had absolute control and that it was impossible for the two of them to escape from his grasp. But the fact was that Yi Tianyun and Heavenly Star Ring had disappeared. He didn't know where they had gone. The energy fluctuation just now didn't seem to be teleportation. Could it be the escape effect of some magic treasure? Tian Kuang-yue kept analyzing the situation, trying to figure out what was going on. But no matter how he analyzed, felt the energy fluctuation, and tried to find out where Yi Tianyan and Heavenly Star Ring had escaped to, he couldn't find any clues. He couldn't sense anything, and it was driving him crazy. They had finally found the Heavenly Star Ring after much difficulty. Now, it had slipped from their hands. This was truly maddening. Most importantly, he couldn't find any clues. This made him want to go crazy. He had never felt so powerless before. Under normal circumstances, no matter what method the other party used to escape, they would more or less be able to find some clues. If he followed these clues, he would be able to find the direction in which they escaped. This was undoubtedly the most convenient and fastest way to track them. But now, there was no effect at all. This was the first time in history that he had hit a wall like this. There's no trace at all. How did he do it? Damn it, where do we start looking this time? Tian Kuang-yue furiously attacked in all directions, and the surrounding area was immediately bombarded by his attacks, causing the earth to quake and the mountains to sway. Under his crazy attacks, the ground was bombarded with countless huge holes. When the surrounding cultivators sensed the situation, they were scared out of their wits. They thought that the world had been destroyed. At the same time, Yi Tianyan and Tianxing Huan appeared in another region, which was the Six Origin domain. It was extremely easy to return to the Six Origin regions. After returning to the desolate Dragon Star, Tian Kuang-yue wouldn't be able to find them. Unless they purposely exposed themselves, they wouldn't be found. Where are we? Tianxing Huan looked around and was completely stunned. To be able to escape from under Tian Kuang-yue's nose, this kind of ability wasn't small at all. At first, she still had the mentality of taking a gamble. She also didn't want to go back to her family, so she could only take a gamble. She didn't know what Yi Tianyan would do, but if he failed, at worst, she would be captured without putting up a fight. As for Yi Tianyan's safety, she could still protect him. Desolate Dragon Star, Yi Tianyan said simply. Originally, he didn't want to use the teleportation godstone, as he was afraid of scaring Tianxing Huan. But now he had to use it because he had no other choice. Of course, he couldn't use it at that time. After all, Tianxing Huan was trapped by Tian Kuang-yue's verbal compliance law, so the teleportation godstone couldn't bring her out. Desolate Dragon Star, we're here? Tianxing Huan was stunned, revealing a shocked expression. She really didn't expect to arrive here so quickly. This was something she had never imagined. In just a blink of an eye, they had arrived at the desolate Dragon Star. What kind of treasure was that? Yes, we're here. As long as we don't purposely seek death, I don't think Tian Kuang-yue would know that we're already here. Yi Tianyan smiled. He could see Tian Kuang-yue's crazed expression. He must have lost his mind. It was a pity that he couldn't be there to see it. He loved to see these warriors' crazed expressions the most. It was such a joy. What kind of treasure is that? To be able to bring you to the desolate Dragon Star in just a blink of an eye? You must have paid a great price, right? Tianxing Huan asked. Yes. If I didn't have to, I wouldn't want to use it. Look, it's broken. Yi Tianyan took out the broken teleportation godstone. Coincidentally, he had used it to its limit, so it had broken into countless pieces. He squeezed it a little, and it turned into powder. Tianxing Huan looked at the powder and said guiltily, "This must be your escape treasure. You used it on me. If you had just left, you wouldn't have needed it." Seeing Tianxing Huan's guilty expression, Yi Tianyan couldn't help but laugh inside. Although it wasn't good to lie to people, it was better to keep secrets. Don't worry. As long as I can get you out, it's fine. That way, you'll be safe here. Yi Tianyan smiled and said, Although you can't help Tian Yuan right now, you should be able to visit him, right? No, I can't help him right now. Tian Xing, Huan shook her head. You can't think like that. If Tian Yuan is willing to ask you for help, he doesn't have anything against you. Maybe he has something on his mind that he wants to talk to you about. Yi Tianyun encouraged her. She had already saved him. If she didn't want to go, that would be too much. This, Tian Xing, Huan was tempted. She hadn't been able to find Tian Yuan. Now that she had found him, she really wanted to see him. After struggling for a while, Tian Xing, Huan nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go see my brother. Even if you kick me out, I'm willing." Chapter 2092. The fact that Tian Xing, Huan was willing to go made Yi Tianyun very happy. Although it didn't have much to do with him, he still admired Tian Yuan very much. The green demon race was harming the world outside, but he was willing to come in and suppress them without hesitation. Just this thought alone was enough to make him feel admiration. Just this alone made Yi Tianyun willing to help Tian Yuan. If it wasn't for Tian Yuan's help, this area would have already become the green demon race's territory. The experts of Scarlet Moon Planet didn't care about their lives. No matter how the planet was devoured or occupied, it had nothing to do with them. Tian Yuan was somewhat related to this place. In theory, he could completely ignore him, but he still did it, which made him admire him. When Tian Xing, Huan decided to meet with Tian Yuan, Yi Tianyun brought her to Five Element Mountain. After entering, Tian Xing Huan looked around and murmured, "It really is Big Brother's work. It's so familiar. How could her brother, who had lived with her for so many years, not be familiar?" "Lord, you're back." When Clan Master Ji saw Yi Tianyun bring people over, he went to greet them. When he saw Tian Xing Huan, he was startled. He felt an extremely terrifying aura from Tian Xing Huan. Tian Xing Huan didn't care about him at all. To her, besides Tian Yuan, no one else was important. Yi Tianyun is slightly interested in it. It's all related to Tian Yuan. So it's like love a house and love its crow. Of course, Yi Tianyun also saved her. That was a great favor. "Yes, I'm going down now. I'll have to trouble you to meet me," Yi Tianyun said. "No need. I can control the array here. It won't be a problem to enter or leave." Tian Xing Huan interrupted. Clan Master Ji was startled. He didn't understand. "She's Senior Tian Yuan's sister." Yi Tianyun explained. "So she's Lord's sister." Clan Master Ji suddenly understood. No wonder Tian Xing Huan said she could control it. After learning about Tian Xing Huan's identity, his attitude became even more respectful. After exchanging a few casual words, Heavenly Star Ring didn't plan on saying anything else to Patriarch Ji. Yi Tianyun brought Heavenly Star Ring into the seal. After entering, there were no changes. It was the same as before. Not much time had passed, and Heaven Traveling Yuan could control himself. Naturally, nothing would happen. "Sister." Tian Yuan suddenly appeared before Yi Tianyun. When he saw the Heavenly Star Ring, he was stunned. He had not expected the Heavenly Star Ring to turn out like this. "How did you end up like this? Who did this to you?" Heaven Touring Yuan's anger immediately gushed out, and the entire green devil race world shook. "Brother, I'm fine. Tian Xing Huan hurriedly stopped the enraged Tian Yuan. "You can't get angry. That beast is still sealed in your body. If you get too angry, you'll be easily controlled by it." After the Heavenly Star Ring found out about Tian Yuan's situation, it reminded Tian Yuan that he needed to control himself. "Then who hurt you like this?" Tian Yuan's anger gradually subsided, but it was still there. His sister had been hurt, and it was not so easy to appease his anger. When Tianyun saw this from the side, he sighed. They had such a good relationship, so why did they have to hide and not see each other? It was probably because of their families that they could not see each other. This, Tian Xinghuan's eyes darted around, not daring to look Tian Yuan in the eye. Then, Brother Yi, explain the situation. Tian Yuan looked at Tianyun. This, I think it's better for you two to explain. As an outsider, I won't interfere in this matter. After speaking, Tianyun flew to the side. He did not want to participate in this topic. After all, it was their own business, and it was not appropriate for an outsider to intervene. After they left, Heavenly Star Ring finally revealed the matter. When Tian Yuan heard it, he flew into a rage and told Heavenly Star Ring about it. Their conversation was not soundproofed, so even if they spoke casually on the side, Tianyun could hear everything clearly. In general, it was nothing more than saying that the family was too decadent. In short, he kept criticizing the family's behavior, which made him furious. At the same time, he wanted to seek justice for Tian Xinghuan. Tian Xinghuan did not dare to let Tian Yuan seek justice for them, especially when Tian Yuan was not in good condition. How could he help? After a long conversation, Tian Yuan called out to Tianyun, "Brother please come over." As soon as Tianyun flew over, he saw Tian Yuan's awkward expression. "Sorry, I made a fool of myself. It's just a family matter." Skytour Yuan sighed and said, "I almost got you involved in this. I'm sorry. Without your help, my little sister would not have been able to make it here. It's fine. It's just that the vast Een star venerate's soul in your body will not be resolved so quickly," Tianyun said, shaking his head. "It's not a big deal. I can only suppress it a little. Tian Xinghuan will recover faster here. He will be able to resolve it for me after some time." Tian Yuan was still in a good mood. He did not feel distressed because Tian Xinghuan could not resolve it for him. That's true. The life energy here is very dense. It is very helpful for healing injuries. Tianyun did not mind it when he saw that they were fine. Although the life energy here was dense, it would still take a long time for a great star venerate's body to recover. This is the reward from us brother and sister. I hope you don't mind. Tian Yuan took out a sword. It was a galaxy-grade sword. It was crystal clear and transparent. If one did not pay attention, one would not be able to see it clearly. Good sword. Tianyun's eyes lit up. This weapon looked pretty good. This weapon has accompanied me in battles for many years. I'll give it to you as a reward. After all, you damaged a treasure to save Tian Xinghuan. This is all I can give you. I can't give you any other treasures." Tian Yuan smiled apologetically. He had been trapped here all this time, so he could not take out any treasures. However, this was fine. Tian Yuan had given Tianyun 2 galaxy-grade treasures. This was a pretty good reward. We can put the reward aside for now. The most important thing now is to deal with the soul. Is there no other way? Who knew how many tens of thousands of years it would take for the heavenly star ring to recover? They could wait, but Tianyun could not. It would take too long. It's not like there is no other way. The two of them exchanged a look and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Chapter 2093. What is that? Tianyun's eyes lit up. As long as there is a way, he wants to try it. He couldn't become a grand star venerable in a short time, so he had to find other ways to help. The solution is to find another grand star venerate. However, we don't know many grand star venerates yet. Even if we do, you know that we can't find them. Tian Yuan smiled awkwardly. Everyone he knew was a member of that clan. How could he rope them in? If he brought them, wouldn't he be courting death? Thank you for your kindness. With me here, Grand Star Venerable How won't be able to turn the tables. It'll just take some time, Tian Yuan said gratefully. She wasn't a Grand Star Venerable, but she was a Grand Star Venerable. She knew many tricks. Even if they worked together, wouldn't they be able to deal with Grand Star Venerable How? No, we have to take care of this. We have to take care of this guy, no matter what. We can't let him live in this world. At the same time, Senior Tian Yuan will be able to leave this place in advance. Tianyun said with a righteous tone that touched them. In fact, he just wanted to finish the mission quickly. He didn't know how long it would take if he kept delaying. At the same time, he wanted to kill Grand Star Venerable How as soon as possible. Maybe he could make a fortune. He was a Grand Star Venerable. If he killed him at his current level, the star energy he would get would be enough for him to reach the peak of the late stage of Star Venerable easily. He would accumulate more star energy, so he could break through to the Grand Star Venerable level. Brother don't call me senior. It's my honor to call you brother. Tian Yuan was so touched that he put his hand on Tianyun's shoulder. Tianyun has done so many things for him, and he even saved his sister. Tianyun's kindness is too much for him to repay. It's what I should do. I admire you for what you've done for the desolate dragon planet. If it weren't for you, this place would have been occupied long ago. It's my honor to help you. Tianyun wasn't lying. He was really grateful to Tian Yuan. If Tian Yuan was an evil person to begin with, he definitely wouldn't care. I'm a selfish person. It's mainly because this place has something to do with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do this. Skychor Yuan shook his head and said with a faint smile, "You think too highly of me. After all, people have their own selfish motives." It's true that people are selfish, but there are very few people who can do this. There are many strong warriors on this desolate dragon star. Who dares to stand out? Tianyun shook his head. During this period of time, there were many who had colluded with the green demon race, let alone standing out. All right, brother, just bear with it. You usually have a strong sense of justice. Even if this place had nothing to do with you, you would still come to help. Don't think that I don't know. Tian Xinghuan pouted and exposed Wandering Heaven Yuan's true colors. Ahem, 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 that happens once in a while. Heaven Traveling Yuan laughed. Looks like we can only look for other Grand Star Venerables. Tianyun changed the topic. That was the most important thing at the moment. Right now, only Grand Star Venerables can deal with Grand Star Venerables How. It will be difficult for those below Grand Star Venerables to get rid of him. Tian Yuan thought for a while, and then said, "Those below Grand Star Venerables can easily cause an impact and scatter their souls. If we want to get rid of him, we must first have a strong soul. The stronger the cultivation, the stronger the soul." However, ordinary Grand Star Venerables aren't willing to do this. They might be plotted against. So we have to pay a price to look for Grand Star Venerables. The most important thing is whether they are willing to do it or not. Tian Yuan stated his concerns. There was a way to get rid of him, but whether the Grand Star Venerables he brought were willing to do it or not was another matter. If he wanted to help get rid of Grand Star Venerables, How, he would have to use his own soul to get rid of him. That way, his physical body would be left outside. It would be extremely dangerous if he tried to do anything to it. Tian Yuan had asked his younger sister to come because she was trustworthy. There would be no problem with that. Besides, the payment was basically negligible, so when he saw that the Heavenly Star Ring was injured, he could only give up. It was not practical to look for other Grand Star Venerables. There were all kinds of concerns and all kinds of price increases. It was difficult. It was not that they did not want to ask for help, but It was too difficult. They could only give up and wait for the heavenly star ring to recover. This was undoubtedly the most appropriate and safest method. I see. It seems that even if I find a grand star venerate, they will either ask for an exorbitant price or refuse to come because they are afraid of danger, Tianyun said. Yes, it is difficult to ask for help without a grand star venerate, I know. It would be fine if I did other things, but I have to be extremely cautious when doing this. It will benefit both the grand star venerables and myself. Tianyuan sighed and said, So, Brother E, thank you for your kindness. It's not that I don't want your help, but it is a bit difficult. Then, tell me the general idea. Let's hear the solution. Tianyun thought about it, and also felt it was not practical to ask a grand star venerate for help. Maybe he could think of a solution. This is very simple. When the time comes, I will use my body as a space. If you want to help, your soul will leave your body and enter my body. Then we will work together to kill Grand Star Venerate Een Hao. In the end, you will enter my body and kill Grand Star Venerate Een Hao. Tian Yuan explained patiently. Enter your body and kill Grand Star Venerate Een Hao. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. He should be in an average state right now, right? He is average, but he can't be too weak. No one under the Grand Star Venerate level can deal with him, Tian Yuan said, shaking his head. Yi Tianyun thought for a while. It was indeed difficult. Although it was the soul, it was the essence. Its power was also shocking. Is there really no way? Yi Tianyun suddenly clapped his hands after thinking for a while. I got it. What did you get? Tian Yuan and Tian Xinhuan looked at him curiously. Ahem, nothing for now. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. It was simple. He had the ability to deal with souls in the lower realms. It was something that could crush all souls. However, because of his cultivation level, the ability had lost its effect. Chapter 2094. After thinking about it, Yi Tianyun prepared to draw the lottery. You guys talk first. I'm going to cultivate for a bit. After Yi Tianyun finished speaking, he turned around and flew to the side to meditate. It really looked like he was going to cultivate. The siblings looked at each other. They did not know why Yi Tianyun suddenly wanted to cultivate. They were just discussing how to do it, but he went to cultivate the next moment. This confused them, but they did not ask. They just chatted on the side. They had not seen each other for a long time. They still had a lot to talk about. Therefore, they found a place to chat. The atmosphere immediately became cheerful. This scene should have happened long ago, but Tian Yuan had been hiding. He did not want to cause trouble for Tian Xinhuan, who knew that Tian Xinhuan would betray the family. What else could he say? After Yi Tianyun came to the side, he quickly activated the lucky aura. With the blessing of the lucky aura, he opened the good and evil exchange system. Please let me get a skill that deals with souls. Yi Tianyun prayed in his heart. He did not need to be as heaven-defying as before. He only needed to deal with souls. Even if he could weaken them, it would be fine. Soon, after opening the good and evil exchange system, it began to flash, hovering over the major options. With his prayers, it finally stopped on the bloodline. Bloodline? Yi Tianyun frowned. He was doomed this time. He basically had no fate with souls. If it was a divine skill or martial arts, he might have a chance. But now it was a bloodline. What was the point? Forget it. I'll use whatever I have. Yi Tianyun sighed. Then, he opened the bloodline effect. As soon as he opened it, he immediately jumped up. What? What's going on? Tian Xinhuan and the others looked over. From afar, they saw Yi Tianyun jump up as if he had encountered something. Brother, what is he doing? Why is he cultivating like this? I'm not sure. Some people cultivate in a special way. Brother E might be one of them. The two of them chatted casually. They did not go over to ask about the situation. Since E Tianyun had said he was cultivating there, they would not disturb him. The reason why E Tianyun was so frightened was simple. The bloodline was very strong, and it suited his needs. Godly soul bloodline, the strongest bloodline of the godly soul race, can restrain the soul's power and control it. It can also deprive it of its consciousness and turn it into a puppet for its own use. Currently, at level 1, can restrain the cultivation of star venerables. Godly soul bloodline, E Tianyun, godly soul bloodline. E Tianyun said, as it continued to level up, its might would definitely become more and more astonishing. At that time, his powerful bloodline power would be able to maintain an absolute restraining effect. I thought it was over, but it seems that there is still hope. Even if the cultivation is relatively low with the effect of restraint, I can definitely suppress it. E Tianyun couldn't help but laugh. Level up, level up. You. Ding. E successfully. The leveled. Got. Successfully. Ding. Successfully. Godly soul sliced noodles leveled. Leveling up the godly soul bloodline to level 3 in a row would result in absolute suppression of the cultivation of star venerables and below. Great. This time, it will be very effective against souls. E Tianyun's eyes lit up. He turned around and flew toward Tianyuan and the others. Brother E, what's wrong? Tianyuan was confused when he saw E Tianyun flying toward him excitedly. Make some preparations. We'll start dealing with great star venerable Yin Hao. E Tianyun smiled confidently. Oh, we'll deal with great star venerable Yin Hao. Tianyuan and the others were dumbfounded. They did not know what he meant. Yes, we'll deal with great star venerable Yin Hao, E Tianyun confirmed again. Brother E, wait a moment. Are you saying that we are going to deal with star venerable Yin Hao together with you? Tianyuan repeated. Yes, you and I will deal with great star venerable Yin Hao together. We'll work together to suppress him. E Tianyun said. That's a bit difficult. You're just a star venerable. It's not that star venerables are bad. It's just that you need to be a great star venerable to deal with great star venerable Yin Hao. That's the only way to be safe. Tianyuan did not want to hurt Tianyun's pride, so he spoke in a tactful manner. In other words, if his cultivation was too low, he would easily fail and become a burden. Star venerables were strong outside, but it would be more difficult to deal with great star venerable Yin Hao. No need. I have a way to deal with great star venerable Yin Hao. It won't be easy, but it won't be too difficult. As long as you can suppress great star venerable Yin Hao, I'll be able to deal with him. E Tianyun's eyes were full of confidence. He knew the effects of the godly soul bloodline. If he had faced an ordinary great star venerable Yin Hao, his godly soul bloodline would have been useless. After all, he was facing a real great star venerable. But it was different now. He was facing a soul and a suppressed soul, so the success rate would be different. Although the godly soul bloodline could suppress souls, it could only do so when the gap between them was not big. This was especially true when it came to restraining soul attacks. It had an excellent restraining effect. This, Tianyuan hesitated. He thought for a while before he said, Actually, it doesn't matter if it's just a try, but it'll be very dangerous for you. If you're not careful, your soul will be shattered. That's quite dangerous. Don't worry. I have a way. As long as Brother Tian helps me, we can kill him. E Tianyun was quite confident. If he had not gotten the godly soul bloodline, he would not have dared to do this. Brother, trust him. I don't know what he can do, but it shouldn't be a problem. Tian Xinhuan's eyes flickered as she looked at Yi Tianyun. She was looking forward to it. If it had not been for Yi Tianyun, she would not have been able to escape Tian Kuangyue's capture. So, she trusted Yi Tianyun this time. Huh. How long have you known him? Why do you trust him so much? Tian Yuyuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had not expected his sister to think so highly of Yi Tianyun. It's not like that. I can feel a strange power in young master Yi. It feels like he can do anything. Tian Xinhuan smiled mischievously. She did not look like a great star venerable at all. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. How can I let senior call me young master? Yi Tianyun waved his hand quickly. He could not bear it. You're my brother. If I let you call me senior, won't my brother suffer a great loss? Tian Xinhuan smiled. Chapter 2095. After making the decision, they started to make preparations quickly. It was not easy to deal with great star Venerate Yinhao. They had to make preparations no matter what. Of course, Tian Yuyuan was the one who had to make preparations. Yi Tianyun had already made preparations and could set off at any time. Then they set up a great formation around them to protect them from all directions. Even though the heavenly star ring was next to them, they still had to set up a defensive formation to protect their bodies, just in case. The most important thing was that it could strengthen their strength and strengthen their own soul. Even though the strengthening effect was limited, it was still a strengthening effect. It's almost time. Are you ready? Tian Yuan sat in meditation inside the formation with a serious expression. In fact, he was also very nervous. If anything went wrong, not to mention Yi Tianyun, even he would be severely injured. After all, this was a battle of souls. One side would definitely be injured. If they did not engage in a battle of souls, it would be possible to kill great star Venerate Yinhao slowly. This was the safest way, but it would take a long time. The best way would be to have another great star Venerate working with them. The effect would be completely different. Now that he was going to try it with Yi Tianyun, he had to make preparations. He was not only thinking about his own safety, but also Yi Tianyun's. I'm ready. Relax. It's just great, star Venerate Yinhao. Yi Tianyun smiled calmly and told Tian Yuyuan to relax. You suppressed him once before. It won't be a problem this time. Tian Yuyuan and the others did not know whether to laugh or cry at Yi Tianyun's words. Great star Venerate Yin, how was a great star Venerate? Even though he had suppressed him before, he was still restricted. It would not be easy to deal with him. Brother Yi, aren't you being too optimistic? Tian Yuyuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He's a great star Venerate. Even if he only has his soul left, it will be difficult to deal with him if he fights back. Yes, he's a great star Venerate. But don't worry since I'm here. Yi Tianyun patted Tian Yuyuan's shoulder to tell him not to be so nervous. Brother Yi, it's all up to you. In any case, Starlink has strongly recommended you. It seems we really will have to rely on you. Tian Yuyuan smiled. He had indeed relaxed quite a bit. However, it was impossible for him to completely relax. He just needed to calm down a bit. Young Master Yi, if you can really help my brother get rid of him, I will give you a reward. Tian Xinhuan's beautiful eyes flashed mysteriously. What reward? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. That's a secret. I'll tell you in detail after you help my brother deal with it. Tian Xinhuan smiled sweetly. The scars on her face were a little shocking, but it did not stop her smile from being amiable. All right, prepare your reward and wait for me. Yi Tianyun smiled, then looked at Tian Yuyuan and said, Come, we can begin now. All right, let's start now. Tian Yuan closed his eyes, and so did Yi Tianyun. The two of them entered deep into their souls. Yi Tianyun controlled his own soul. Through the support of the formation, his soul quickly entered Tian Yuan's body. The two of them quickly gathered inside. They looked no different from usual, except that their bodies flickered with a faint white light, showing the effects of their spiritual bodies. However, that was all. There were no other problems. It seems there are no problems. I have imprisoned Star Venerate Inhao's soul in the innermost part. Once we enter, we will start fighting. Are you ready? Tian Yuan's expression became serious again. How could he not be serious before a great enemy? He had been relaxed before, but he still had to be more cautious when facing his opponent. I've already said that I'm ready. Suppressing him won't be a problem. Yi Tianyun smiled. All right, you need to have some confidence. Tian Yuan was still nervous. After all, he did not know what moves Yi Tianyun would use. However, no matter what move it was never wrong to be cautious. Soon after, the two of them walked forward as if they were walking through a secret passageway. There really was a secret room in front of them, and it was covered with densely packed star patterns. Tian Yuan was quite strong. He was a level 5 star pattern master, so he could seal Star Venerate Inhao's soul in his body. Tian Yuan nodded at Yi Tianyun. Then he put his hand on the door and started to unseal it. Once the seal was unsealed, the fight would start. Then Tian Yuan started to unseal it. The star patterns on the door were unsealed one by one. Soon, all the star patterns on the door were unsealed. Only the door was left. Soon, the door was opened. As soon as it was opened, a gust of cold air came from inside, as if it wanted to freeze the people outside. Tian Yuan, you are really bold. You even brought a young Star Venerable with you. Do you really think he can deal with me? Star Venerate Inhao's laughter came from inside. It was full of mockery. We will know whether I can deal with him or not when we try. Tian Yuan's eyes were cold. His fighting spirit rose quickly. It's ridiculous. I couldn't kill this guy before. Let's see if he can come back to life after I destroy his soul. Star Venerate Inhao was also full of resentment against Yi Tianyun. He had killed Yi Tianyun, but he had not expected the latter to survive and come back to life. Now his soul had come in. His soul would be severely injured. Even if he did not die, he would be disabled. As soon as the door was opened, a figure flew out and showed up in front of them. It's been a long time since we met like this. Let's have a good fight. Let's see whether you will swallow me or I will swallow you. Star Venerate Inhao smiled evilly. A star divine image appeared behind him. It was a giant green demonic god star divine image, which covered the whole space. The whole space started to shake along with this power. It seemed it would collapse at any moment. The seal started to strengthen, which made the space more stable. The great formation deployed by Tian Yuan was to make the space more stable so that it could not be broken easily. Facing Star Venerate Inhao, he felt more pressure. Star Venerate Inhao was stronger than before. The main thing was that when souls touched souls, they could feel a deeper power. Brother Tian, it's up to you. Yi Tianyun asked Tian Yuan to attack. It was impossible for him to deal with Star Venerate Inhao. No matter how strong he was, his soul was only at the Star Venerate level. He could not deal with Star Venerate Inhao. Before that, he could only ask Tian Yuan to help him control Star Venerate Inhao. He would wait for an opportunity and attack at any moment. Chapter 2096. Tian Yuan turned a deaf ear to Great Star Venerable Inhao's mockery. He quickly exerted his movement to envelop Great Star Venerable Inhao. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Tian Yuan weaved hand seals. Waves of sealing power enveloped Great Star Venerable Yin Hao. He did not want to inflict serious damage on him. He only wanted to seal the area. It was mainly because Yi Tianyan had told him to seal Great Star Venerable Yin Hao in a certain area. It would be better if he could catch him. Therefore, Tian Yuan's attack was not an absolute killing movement, but to restrict Great Star Venerable Yin Hao's movement. If they had used killing movements, the two of them would have been about the same. They would not have had any advantage. If he had been able to take advantage, he would have come in and fought against Great Star Venerable Yin Hao himself, instead of consuming his energy bit by bit. Tian Yuan, have you lost your sharpness over the years? This kind of fighting style is not your style. You should focus on this state if you want to fight. Great Star Venerable Yin Hao mocked him again. He released his energy to the strongest level. The giant green demon smashed forward. Boom! A violent explosion shook the space, almost causing it to collapse. Tian Yuan's besieging attack was shattered easily. It was easy to attack, but difficult to seal the area. Tian Yuan did not give up. He started to make hand seals again. Circles of power moved toward Great Star Venerate Yin Hao, trying to seal him off. One attacked, and the other sealed. They kept colliding. It was hard to tell who would win. In general, Tian Yuan had consumed more energy. It was easier for him to attack. You talk too much. Seal him. Tian Yuan exerted all his strength. He finally released his energy to the highest level. The level 6 star Dharma idol behind him burst out. It was a double-headed white tiger. The giant double-headed white tiger opened its mouth and roared at Great Star Venerable Yin Hao. The power of the white tiger descended and expanded the seal, trapping Great Star Venerable Yin Hao instantly. The white tiger's power had been used for fighting, but it was used for sealing at the moment. It was quite useless. As he broke out with his full power, he suppressed Yin Hao's attack and confined him within a certain range. Moreover, when he went all out, a white ring wrapped around Yin Hao and controlled him for a short while. Do you think you can control me with this? Great Star Venerable Yin Hao's face was filled with disdain. For him, this was a piece of cake, and he could not tie him up. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of him and stretched out his hand to grab Yin Hao. Star Venerable! Brother, don't touch him. Tian Yuan thought Yi Tianyan was going to do something, but to his surprise, Yi Tianyan jumped on him, intending to attack Great Star Venerable Yin Hao head-on. Great Star Venerable Yin Hao's soul was quite powerful, and anyone with a lower cultivation would be drained by it right away. It was an existence that was filled with devouring power. If one touched it, they would definitely be sucked dry. Idiot! Great Star Venerable Yin Hao's eyes were full of mockery. He thought Yi Tianyan was being funny. He had thought Yi Tianyan was going to do something, but it turned out to be a sneak attack on him. What was the point of that? He was worried about everything, but he was not worried about anyone touching his body. A slight touch could drain the opponent dry, especially a touch on the soul. The effect was even more direct. Yi Tianyan's eyes were also full of mockery. The soul bloodline in his body was instantly activated, and the effect was maximized. The hand that extended toward Great Star Venerable Yin Hao was filled with a strange energy. When it came into contact with Great Star Venerable Yin Hao, it was not sucked dry as expected. Instead, Great Star Venerable Yin Hao's body started to have its energy sealed. Almost in an instant, the energy in Yin Hao's body was released quickly like a deflated balloon. In the end, his body became dry. Moreover, Great Star Venerable Yin Hao also sensed that the power in his body was completely sealed. He could not even move. What's going on? Great Star Venerable Inhao was shocked. He felt that his power was completely sealed by Yi Tianyun's touch, and he couldn't do anything about it. Nothing. You're under my control. It's that simple. Yi Tianyun smiled as he dragged Great Star Venerable Inhao down, then threw him to the side and said, "See, I told you it was easy to control Great Star Venerable Inhao. I told you not to be so nervous. Why are you still nervous?" Even a Great Star Venerable's soul could be controlled by a powerful soul and bloodline. This was the strongest effect of the soul and bloodline. As long as one was touched, one would die. Especially when one was not on guard, he could control it easily. He did not feel any pressure at all. This is incredible. No wonder you said you could deal with Yin Hao. You alone are enough. Even though Tian Yuan had been prepared, he did not expect it to be so shocking. He was controlled in the blink of an eye. He had tried his best, but he could not compare to Yi Tianyun's touch. There was a huge gap between them. This won't do. I can't control him. Only when you control him can I do something to his soul. Yi Tianyun laughed, which made Tian Yuan feel a chill. If he touched him like that, would it be the same? Fortunately, Yi Tianyun was a friend, not an enemy. Otherwise, he would have been controlled if he touched him like that. Brother Yi, you are incredible. How could you have such an ability? I wonder which great force you are from. Such an ability cannot be possessed by ordinary forces. Tian Yuan knew Yi Tianyun was from the Desolate Dragon Planet, but how could the Desolate Dragon Planet have such an ability? He did not believe it. It was too weird. Ordinary great families did not have such an ability. At least, his family did not have such an ability. Well, the process of obtaining it was a bit complicated. I guess it was luck, Yi Tianyun answered casually. Luck. Tian Yuan had a general idea of what was going on. This was a chance. If one had a good chance, he would run into a top-notch treasure. This was not unheard of. Some people were lucky enough to get excellent treasures. Yi Tianyun did not lie to Tian Yuan. It was really a matter of luck. Otherwise, he would not have gotten such a top-notch bloodline. The process was also complicated, so there was no need to go into details.